Longship After Dark Live. This feels like a completion of a circle. And if nobody watches this, then it'll just be me and the YouTubian VODs once more. Should've... You know what? You know what? I shouldn't be surprised you're here quick on the draw. Look, I was just talking myself up. Look, usually, when I've been doing these, I've been doing them straight for YouTube. You know, just me, a beverage. Oh, Fearless, I have updated your first. You know, there's naught but me and the VOD watchers for comment. But I've had this one kicking around, this title. And it's just a little bit too long for YouTube. It's a little bit too short for Twitch usually. I think we might be onto a banger. But you're all here already. Please, Nora. Well, it's good to see you all. So Lizzie, Bacon, Fearless, I have updated. You're now joint first with 2 other people. Verdant, Squarepeg, Legend, Angel Cleaner, and 1 Barbarian Bean. Watto and welcome. So, as we'll be getting into game a little quicker than usual, tonight we're playing Krypta FM. Krypta FM is a spooky exploration game set in 2000s Poland, where we explore spooky woods and spooky message boards. To the Order of Talon, Watto and welcome. And oh, it's good. It's good to be here. We have our trusty flashlight and our trusty little camera, and we will be exploring. But I don't know. I love the 2000s aesthetic of this game, and I've been wanting to play it for you all. But apparently, it takes about maybe 2 or 3 hours. So it's on the longer side for a YouTube video. And then it struck me tonight that rather than agonizing over which game to play, let's do Longship After Dark. Because I don't know if you've all noticed this, but video games keep happening. I don't want to make it sound like a negative, but right now we're just drowning in good games. And today alone, we had UFO 50 and Key Locker. And that's just today. I mean, as I point out last week, we were getting sometimes 4 to 6 bangers. As I was saying to Fiona earlier today, do you all remember when there'd be an good game for the summer? And you'd play a few of the others, and there'd be a few games to putz around in. Maybe something would spike your interest, but predominantly there'd be 1 or 2 good releases each season. Now there's 1 or 2 good releases every half a fucking day. Gear, Watto and welcome. Yeah, it's actually Order of Talent. I haven't started Core Keeper because I'm scared of it, because I think it will consume me. But I stumbled into Drill Core, which... that Drill Core fixes everything that rubbed me the wrong way about Dome Keeper. And, there's one other type. Oh, and Wall World. It fixes all of that. Baron Watto and welcome. So, how are you all doing this evening, friends? Thank you for being very patient. I'm not going to apologise, because I'm going to try not to apologise profusely for real life happening. Today was sorting out the guinea pigs and doing a metric fuck ton of paperwork. The stuff I should have done on Monday when I was vomitously hungover. But I've made a lot of headway. I've hit a blocker, and there isn't really much else to be doing tonight, so I was like, oh, I don't want to start just a regular stream at 9 o'clock at night, and I don't want to play Therapy Sword, because I know there's a few of you that are very invested in being there when I do, in fact, solo her. So, if I'm playing during regular hours, there's more of a chance that people can catch it. Lance, yes, I did have a one-to-one. We're basically doing performance reviews. Not performance reviews of the guinea pigs, obviously, where each of them review me and I get feedback on how I'm doing. Feedback was needs more kale. More kale for guinea pigs. And numbers, Watto, and good evening. Hello, hello. And Krill, good evening to you. And Bean, I see you in Discord. Welcome to our little corner. I've said on quite a few platforms that gods protect me from the loud opinions of uneducated white men with large audiences. So Garrett, Watto, and welcome. And the reason I say that is because...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How are you doing?
Sup, nerd.
Takes one to know one. Boof! Quick on the draw. And it's not just Archer of the Eye, friends. It's Archer of the Eye 64. A seminal title from a bygone age. But no, there's a big thing going on with Nintendo. And alongside that, there's been an inordinate amount of just really bad games industry advice doing the rounds. And, God, I want to start throwing shoes. But it is...
Someone stole my glasses, but I'll find them. I have contacts.
Thank you, and that was fucking brilliant. No, I once again had the little discussion with myself that while it is cathartic to yell at idiots on the internet, it is ultimately a futile exercise. Like, sure, boiling a bit of piss feels good, but it's not going to do anything. Better we help each other with, support and good advice, and that we lift up good games. And Talon, I mean, the big one this afternoon has just been that Nintendo announced that they are filing legal action against the creators of Power World. Now, all they have said is for patent infringement, and that's all we know right now. Unfortunately, it means that everyone and their little brother now has the inside scoop, the hot take on what Nintendo's really up to. They don't. And the Switch 2 leaks have been kind of interesting, but it was really interesting that one game that confirmed it was going to be on the Switch 2 in its Kickstarter was being heralded as this huge reveal. And I forget that, if you're not industry or industry adjacent like yourselves, there's been no official confirmation that the Switch 2 is coming. But it is absolutely the worst kept secret in the games industry. And Chazini, how you doing? Watto, and welcome. I'm sorry I didn't get to join you for a spot of sailing. Oh, Grayson, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, well, Lance, would that they spent an evening actually reading it? One person on a particular article got someone who hasn't... They got an individual who comments on copyright infringement, not patent law, to add a huge chunk to an article that is now being stated as fact. So yeah, Vernflow, yeah, Nintendo have announced... Oh, you mean... I guess on both of them they've announced they're going to announce it. Anyway, the unfortunate thing about being so plugged into the industry as I am, it means I have to see all of these terrible takes. But I promise I will not be inflicting one on you all. If you want to talk about it, I'm happy to listen. But, okay, so the one thing that is worth pointing out that I haven't seen anyone mention is that Sony did partner with the dev team behind Power World to create, Power World Entertainment, and they were seeking to expand it into more of a franchise. So that might be why Nintendo have decided, to fucking get them. But you don't need to worry about cassette beats or ooblets or Bravery Network Online, you know. So... well, I mean, Lance, yes, for some, dunking on idiots on Twitter is how they pay the bills. Well, and so, Tracy, what happened was, Palworld popped up. There was a big hubbub around it. And all Nintendo said was, we are talking with our legal counsel and we're going to look into it. And then nothing happened. But the internet being the internet turned it into this ginormous storm. And then, as with a gang of coked up toddlers, the internet forgot about that and ran over to the next thing that they could shake up and down violently. Whereas it seems what Nintendo have done is gone and talked to their lawyers, have come up with a plan, and now we are seeing that plan. It also makes sense why they were cracking down on some Pokemon-related stuff.
I'm starting a new company that sells honey-based software security. I call it Beware.
Ah! God, I wonder... Oh, buyer beware? God, there's a really good joke in there. I'll get back to that one. Akira Zero, thank you so much for the 500. And Eraman, on top of going fucking hog wild yesterday, thank you for another 1,000, you legend. Anyway. Oh shit! Fearless! Fucking happy birthday, friend! Holy shit, happy birthday! Congrats to you! And caffeine. Enjoy purging some heretics. You've earned it. No, seriously, Fearless, I hope you've had a bloody good day. I hope you've got something planned or have had a good one. And cheers to you. Properly as well, like Imperial Honey, cheers to you. Indeed, tiny party hats for everyone. And Bean apparently was just in the crosshairs there. I know, and Fearless, numbers I completely understand. Alright? You know, I'm not going to be keeling over in the next, week or so. And we can still work out how I'm going to destroy myself for your entertainment to refill the coffers. Sharks may be involved. But not right now. Tonight, friends, and Hookshot, what a welcome. Tonight, friends, I'm inviting you on a private tour. I'm inviting you to a Longship After Dark. Now, usually I'd record these just as a little YouTubian video for me, right? I really love doing horror deconstructions and weird nonsense. But I came across this one title called Krypta FM, which Lizzie has very kindly linked. Where we play a cryptid detective in the 2000s. The sub numbers hot take goes here. Excuse me. I just wolfed down 4 really good tacos as well. Okay, well, Fearless, we know Tim, and you need my axe, you got it. I can't promise I'll be able to attend, but I can bring you the good shit. Plus, if you want one that everybody's going to enjoy, UFO 50 just dropped, right? That's perfect. And Dustin, what an welcome, friend. Sorry, Eraman, I did say thank you for the bits, right? Because while I am doing much better today, I've been knee-deep in paperwork all day, so, I'm not cured of beef brain. So Archer of the Eye, I have not touched Subnautica 2. And if they early access it again, I'll probably still wait until proper release. Because I'm glad we did that with Below Zero, you know what I mean? But yes, what I was going to say is, do not worry, friends. I am not going to bring you the stupid, dumb takes from the internet to here. I will save your noggins, right? It's my job to filter all of that nonsense right out. And yeah, sorry, apologies for flailing all over the place. Yeah, as I was saying, there are so many good games out right now. Yeah, Deus. No, not that kind of stupid. The bad. Not the fun stupid. I also love the fun stupid. It's not the fun stupid, it's the dumb stupid. Paperwork beats rock work, which in turn beats scissor work. Sorry, Hookshot was saying, dumb take number 354. All quests and RPGs should be microtransactions. Bethesda is onto something. Well, the thing I posted today, which did make me laugh, was I was watching something that was like, you know, PR disasters in video games because I was feeling a bit Schadenfreudish. And there was a discussion about Apex Legends Season Pass and what have you. And I was like, there was a little offhand joke about horse armor. I was like, how much was horse armor? Because my brain remembered it as being like $10 or something stupid. Because we always mock it, right? It was $2.50. Even adjusted for inflation, it's under $4. That horse armor was less than $4. Now, any of you who have been a World of Warcraft player or a Final Fantasy XIV player, think about how much any of the real money mounts cost in that game. Purely aesthetic. Anyway, it's just one of those good times where I always try and re-evaluate like knowledge that we cling onto. And Talon, that is a great way of saving money. Because it's real easy to... especially in games with how quick things are. How quick things are moving, it can be very easy to hold on to old knowledge in games, especially as things change. And from the same video I was watching, they mentioned the Augment Your Pre-Order, which was, I believe, Square Enix's fucking disaster around Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Where, like, the more people pre-order... Yeah, also... It's a good-looking squirrel. Where the more people who pre-ordered Deus Ex, the more rewards they got. But also there was a tiering video and all stuff. And the disaster around that, and what it reminded me of was how... Oh no, Archer! Hey, thank you for stopping in. It's lovely to see you briefly. I mean, it's late night on a Wednesday. This is an unconscionable time for us usually. What's a bean? That means something very different in the UK. Well, okay, so Fred, Sin to Win is one of the best examples of a bad marketing campaign. Or, I mean, we could argue that Sin to Win was a very successful campaign. Because I tell you, I remember Sin to Win in more detail than I remember Dante's Inferno, the game it was advertising. But The augment your pre-order was kind of fascinating because it was... Sorry, bear with me just a second. God, everything is still happening all the time. Okay, I'm back. One of the things that's really interesting in terms of biz dev is that when, especially publisher side, people are either succeeding so hard it loops back on itself, or things are left to their own devices without checking with something like community or with just some fucking users. That's when you end up with things like, you know, pre-order, was it augment your pre-order? Because at the time, like, Kickstarter hadn't quite popped as a bubble, so the idea of crowdsourcing things was still legit, and pre-order culture was still rampant back then. And combining those two things together must have seemed like a fucking genius home run superstar move, right? But all you would have needed to have done is spoken to people, and they would have been like, no. Like, you're not asking for a pre-order campaign at that point, you're asking for a fucking pyramid scheme. You know? And I think that's the only interesting things that we've seen with the evolution of concepts like the season pass and things like that. Like, I've been trying to track down who did it first, right? And it's been a bit wibbly because I haven't had the time to do proper research. But one of the things I remember was that, at least when I first encountered it, it was with Counter-Strike, right? And the idea was you bought a coin, and the coin would record all of the competitive matches and all the things you did throughout that. And then as it evolved, they started adding like quests and missions to it, which you could get like some skins and some other stuff. Now, again, I do not know if CSGO is the progenitus of the season pass. I don't think so. But it's interesting to see how it has evolved in different spaces. The concept of the 2-track, you know, of creating this, like, this, rather than buying into, like, a fun thing to do over the summer, it's become, like, a weaponized FOMO in certain places. Cold ankles. I'm sure there's a joke around agriculture. Has Farming Sim done season passes yet? Because I feel they're just leaving money on the table. Story of Seasons Pass. There we go, Verdant. Same brain cell. So it's interesting to see how some of these business models have evolved drastically. Because one thing that somebody was pointing out, oh god, I forget the article, was how the success of Astrobot was really what people wanted. Oh, sorry, could have been the kind of success that could be turned into something.
Sensors online.
Let me have a sip of my cider. I'll get back to this one. Sorry, I was Dice Goddess. I was waiting for the message that never came. Thank you for 16 months, you fucking ledge. So, Order of Talon, you are correct. The concept of the season pass was the idea that you bought all the DLC that would come out for a season in one block. And it's interesting that that's much, much rarer now. Users got wary of that one real fast. But what we now know as a modern season pass, while it shares the same name, it doesn't have any connective tissue, right? You know, you're not buying DLC before it's been made. Anyway, it's interesting to see how some of the current business models that are, if you look at them in isolation, some of these business practices are insane. But because of the way in which they've unfurled is how they've come to be, right? Like sorry, that was a nonsense sentence with extra steps. What I mean is, the evolution of them is how they've grown. You know, these things continue to grow basically until the user base goes, oi, fucking knock it off. You know? The other thing I was reminded of today was the Diablo 3 paid auction house, which I still think it's one of those fascinating examples of when you can design something that is so smart and completely miss the fucking mark. Because one of the problems that Diablo 2 still faces to this day is basically like a black market on items. And so for Diablo 3, they were like, what if we formalized something that's already happening? Oh, that's a great idea. People are already selling weapons to each other. This way we can stop people getting their credit card information stolen, and we can make a few bucks along the way. Everybody wins, right? 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 It was so good. There were no downsides. Sorry, I thought I'd get a few chortles out of you lot with that one. Raven, was it Outside Extras 1? It was just, I had it on in the background while I was working on other things. Well then, it was probably their video on the subject. Like, Outside Extra is very rarely a source of information, but I don't know. Sometimes they're a great excuse for a little bit of either nostalgia or schadenfreude, you know? But Raven, it was when they made the joke about the horse armor from Oblivion that I was like, how much does that cost? Like, how much is that worth right now? So I went and had a look, and yeah, it was $2.50 when it dropped, and adjusting for inflation, it would be $3.90 in the US. It's a $4 horse. That's a $4 horse skin, or just a $4 mount. Which, jumping back to the whole Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, is a really good price for a skin for a horse. Yeah, because Raven, we all remember it being extortionate. Like, the horse armor was a slap in the face. Like, I remembered it being like $10. No, it was, compared to today's prices, very reasonable. Yeah, no, Evil Geek, someone made a joke about that earlier, and I apologize I didn't jump on it, but yeah, the Bethesda doubling the price of the horse armor for a joke was very funny. Now, I should also say, because I was talking about this with somebody yesterday? Day before? God, I've lost all sense of space and time. But I was saying that I'm not fundamentally against the practice of, like, cosmetics funding development. Like, as someone mentioned earlier, like, a mount from World of Warcraft can make more in profit than a whole-ass video game series. But it's interesting how that has changed. Like, we still call them microtransactions, but some of them start hitting like the $20 mark and beyond. Now, one thing I will say is it really, again, it does depend on the title to be the point at which I start taking umbrage. Yes, the League of Legends skin costing hundreds, the Overwatch skins costing stupid amounts. But one thing that I did observe was when I used to get was Counter-Strike coins. What was really fascinating about it was how it was a little snapshot of what I played throughout time and then done, right? And I'd have it in my collection. I think I've still got them because of the Steam library. Where's my inventory? I've mostly cleared out all the stuff I had. God, I'm still kicking myself because where is it? Oh yeah, it's Counter-Strike 2 now, of course. Yeah, actually, I'll bring these up on main screen. So this is what I have left from it. But like, yeah, so Operation Golden Phoenix was one I played. I played this one a lot while I was... was it this one? Which was my big one? Which was my big one? Huh. Well, anyway, this is the one that has the most amount of nonsense on it, right? I play... Oh yeah, we did 20 competitive wins. We weren't good. We played a lot. So yeah, I logged 37 hours during that session. And then here's all my little things. Here's all my kills and all the things that I did. I was an MVP 132 times. That's real cool. One thing I've noticed with like Valorant skins and things like that is while they're a higher price point, the skin changes over time depending on how much you've played and gives you that sense of I have done a thing. And when your goal is to ground the user in the experience, I think that's okay, right? But some of the stuff that we're encountering right now is well past egregious. And users will push back. Something we're already seeing a lot of. Yes, Talon, and I guess the thing to note is whenever you notice one of these anomalies in user purchasing behavior, that there will always be a snapback, right? Because ultimately, people aren't infinitely stupid. You know what? I knew as I said it, it sounded weird. What I mean is that there is a limit on how long an exploit will work on a person in terms of like financial gain, right? You know, people got wise to the FIFA Ultimate Team stuff. It does still make stupid money, but not as much as it did. You know. That's a really bad example, actually. Anyway. Well, because eventually the users work out they're being scammed, and users tell other users, and people start being like, oh, don't play that one. That's the one that's going to rinse you of all your cash. You know, we see it in the Mabage space where it's now common parlance to say, oh, but I haven't spent any money on it. As a compliment, right? Anyway. It's just an observation. And again, anytime you notice one of those situations where you find yourself being like, it's weird that people are doing this, know that it will be temporary, right? Or at least in theory. Sorry, thank you for letting me ramble. Much more fighty versions of some of these points are things I would have put out today, but I thought better of it. I thought better of it. You know, I try and practice what I preach of not getting into pointless fights on the internet that achieve nothing. Now, Order of Talon, the Ari skin, that was the... It was like an esports player, and it was a skin based on him, and that was the one that was like hundreds of dollars, if I remember rightly, yeah? Thank you, Legend. And Raven, you have no idea. Ah, yes. And now, those of you that know esports better than I can either confirm or deny this, but to my understanding, Faker was famous for always using the default skin. He doesn't mess around with stuff. So the idea that he had like an insanely expensive skin for him is very silly. Hang on. Because I think $100 is a little low, because that's how... Because if I remember rightly, the Overwatch 2 Legendary skins ended up costing, it was somewhere like $80 to $100. So, fake it. No. Okay, let's have a look at the cost. $430. That was the thing that we were talking about earlier in the year. But there are also signature immortalized legend collection skins, which, when taken through the fun coin system, come out to about $500. Nora. And here's the thing, like, as someone who lived and breathed CSGO for several years, as messed up as the prices were in that environment, that was set by users. Oh god. Ket is also saying they had to add the largest bundle of in-game currency that players could purchase. Bleed Nora. What is going to be interesting is that there was some rumblings, it was either UK or EU, about making it mandatory for companies to be able to sell you the exact correct amount of currency, which would be very, very good. Again, you know I'm anti-government legislation, but the scam around selling coins has always rubbed me up the wrong way. The reason why things are priced the way they are, and the reason why certain bundles have a certain amount of fun coins in them, is they always have too much or too little for what you need. The idea being is that if you have some, you still have to buy more. Or if you buy loads, you get what you want, and then you have leftovers, which is meant to incentivize you to pick up other things and maybe break that seal. You know, you were only going to buy that one skin, but now you got some leftovers. Let's get a weapon. Let's get one of those time boosters. Alright, let's get some other stuff. It was the EU. Thank you, SquarePeg. Like I said, I've been beef brain for the last couple of weeks, so... Yes, you always had some change, and the reason why companies did that was to encourage you to then pick up the other smaller things. And kind of like... Well, so, it's similar. It's similar to, like, the plunder pass philosophy and stuff like that. But that one's slightly less insidious, but that one's designed to basically kind of keep you in the loop. And I know Sea of Thieves aren't the only one that does this, and I'm saying this as a Sea of Thieves fanatic, but it's the TLDR of, so you buy the Season Pass, and the Season Pass gives you fun coins as well, the very same fun coins you use to buy the thing. So, what you can either do is save those fun coins and buy the next Season Pass, which means you're locked in, basically as like a returning loop that keeps you playing. Or, you use the free fun coins to buy like a new shovel, or a pet bird, or what have you. But now you're more mentally okay with spending money in a virtual environment, meaning you're more likely to make the bigger purchases. And Fred, not wrong. It is worth saying, though, that the reason why companies do fun coins and not direct cash is because it saves them so much of a headache in terms of like legalities and taxes and whatnot. It is still kind of villainous, but... And yes, Scotty, yeah, it's been a technique for a good while. So Cold Ankle says, it's like jam and scones. You keep buying the scones to use up the jam, but then you need to buy jam for leftover scones. And please help, I'm 90% scones and jam. I haven't seen my family in 2 weeks. And Ket also big agree. Anyway, friends, I'm sorry. Apologies for getting onto this topic. Again, just to balance it out, if you weren't here at the beginning, incredible video games keep happening. Both Keylocker and UFO 50 came out today, and I was so like deadlocked on trying to decide which game to play today, because I want to do Keylocker because one, Viral's worked on some of it. I believe the music for the rhythm games, and it's also part of oh my god. They invited Serenity Forge. It's part of Serenity Forge's lineup, and we were invited to be part of the Serenity Forge Creator Program. Predominantly because I am all about Roman Sands when that drops. The game, not the wrestler. But... they did, like, I asked to be part of the program, they brought us in, like, which is really fucking cool of them, and I want to support them. Because, like, Keylocker's one of those games that, without support, will probably sing on, slim... Is that feeling when you try and say 17 words at once? That's the Will Overguard feeling. What I was trying to say is it might slip under the radar just because it shares a launch window with UFO 50. And if you don't know UFO 50, it's the peeps that made Spelunky who came up with like a fake game dev and then made 50 tiny games based on like old retro titles that never actually existed. Like, it's super cute and I love what it's doing. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Virals made the minigame, not the music. I do apologise, thank you for the correction. But also, like, UFO 50 is a great example of, like, friends, if you ever make your money in games, have fun with it after that. Make 50 mini-games in a collection. Do a long-form, slow narrative, visual novel pinball game. Like, if you don't need to make your cash back, everyone else can eat farts. Have fun, right? Right? God, and there are so many creators who could have taken that advice. But I really found myself kind of frozen on which one to do. So we're doing neither. We're doing Krypta FM tonight. We are going to be hunting the Polish woodlands circa 2000s message board Monster Hunter. But not Monster Hunter, but like, Monster Hunter! I called this Longship After Dark because I've been doing this thing where I put out like little short YouTube videos on horror games that are a little too small for Twitch, but I desperately want to share with you. And I've been enjoying that. Oh no! Sorry, Deus was just saying that they bought a milk frother in an attempt to make a latte and it has not gone well. Several people are injured. See, Krill, you laugh, but as you may know, Nick worked on the South Park game, and they have a 50 gig fart library. Do you know what 50 gigs of fart noises sounds like? I don't. Nick does. And yeah, Barbarian Bean, making those kind of like tiny game jam games can be a ton of fun. And having that be the only thing you work on for a couple years would be amazing. You know, every couple of weeks doing something fresh and original, but not in like a panicked, we have to get this out for the community, otherwise we die. But in like, what do you want to make today? I want to make a turn-based kaiju ninja fighting game. Like, great, brilliant. You can just do that. And Krill, I assume it's lossless audio, which then begs the question, what was the audition for this? What are the outtakes on that like? Hey Fred, sometimes plain burger is okay. Sometimes you just want to make a kaiju ninja fighting game. NBD. Moose was saying, what's the funniest place to put a fart library on shuffle? Damn it. Moose, you got me thinking, like, meta. And let me tell you, my meta sense of humor went some very dark places there. Seized and Defished, a courtroom drama fishing game. I want. There's Dustin. There is something there. A waiting room for a colonoscopy ward. There you go. No one's going to be self-conscious about, guffing. Right after the battlefield menu screen. Oh. I didn't have the heart to read all the information from the... it wasn't a shareholders call, but the last round of EA nonsense we got, where they are once again going back to their roots with Battlefield. And I'm like, I don't wish any of the Battlefield devs any ill at all. But like, BattleBit ate their lunch with low poly dudes. Like, oh, and Stepchen, good morning to you. Like, I think about BattleBit. Is it BattleBit? I think it's BattleBit. Yes, BattleBit Remastered. I think about that so much. That with, like, low poly, predominantly, like, asset pack with a few changes, like, they obliterated Battlefield, their own game. Because ultimately, what people wanted was the experience. They didn't want stupid Frostbite super high fidelity. You know, the kind of stuff you only notice in the first 3 seconds of a match before the bullets start flying. They wanted to play a shooty gunman game with their friends. They wanted to be silly and frenetic and destructive and fun. They didn't want to be able to get the individual branches on a fucking snowflake. Sorry, I was trying to go for a Frost joke there. It didn't land. Yeah, and Dustin, not to celebrate your defeat here, but Ortrizzi went with Seize and Defist, a grapple-based fighting game that takes place in a courtroom. There you go. Where it's not about doing the most damage, but it's about making your point. So, I mean, Scotty, if that happens, then great. Like, both, I think it was Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 1, I had a great time with. Like, I regret the fact that I wasn't recording or streaming back then, because the things I did with a long-range rifle in those games were a fucking war crime. I had a great time doing it. But again, just very, very quickly to put into perspective, BattleBit Remastered has 118,000 reviews on Steam. And at a $15 price point, that is, let me check my calculations, big money, big whammy. Okay, the pun game has escaped containment. Fred's in. Seize and Defist. A game we use a magical computer coding in order to exercise government... I want to say defects? Throwing all these government words at me. I'm not a law guy speaking person. Fred. Have I heard of Waltz of Wizard? It's ringing a bell. Yes. Very funny, very well written. Sad that it's VR, you know. Like a great little kind of like absurdist physical comedy. TLDR, it's a VR game where you are a wizard and you cast spells, but your sidekick is a tormented talking skull. And the ways in which he reacts to shit is so funny. You know, the clips are hilarious. And because it's in VR, it does this thing that's really clever where you always feel like the first person making a joke. We talked about this a lot on, I want to say on Sea of Thieves at some point, but I know we've discussed it in the past when talking about Abiotic Factor and... Lethal Company. Oh! I don't know if you could hear my grey matter working overtime. But Lethal Company does this incredible thing where you always feel like you're the first person to do something silly. And that's so good. Like, that's so good. And it absolutely nails that. And hey, it's got 400 plus positive reviews. Like, for a VR game, that is very good. You know, the problem is, as we saw with Half-Life Alyx, is you can translate writing and pacing from VR, but the overall experience can't be easily done. You know, we never did master that whole physicality control scheme that we were trying with like Jurassic Park Trespasser and stuff like that. You know, the dream remains unfulfilled. And Durry, I mean, BattleBit, absolutely, you know, if you enjoyed them, you will have a great time. I don't know if they've added private servers yet. That was the only reason why I've not pushed us into it, because I am old. No, I have destroyed my reaction speed with, you know, Jin and Sleepless Nights. I can't play that, like, fast-paced Daka. Hell, one of the reasons why I predominantly play sniping games is so that I can get myself set up in a nest. I can fuck off, go get another bevy, come back, and keep playing. Oh, but what's weird is that with things like I Am Your Beast, which are inherently fast-paced, because again, it's still my pacing. Evil Geek, I like high C's get degrees. Like, that's a great pitch name. Yeah, oh, so Talon, a few people are still trying with that methodology, but it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that is taking hold. Sorry, Talon was saying about like VR cafes and experiences and whatnot, and there are a few out there. You know, they predominantly boil down to you and your homies in VR running around shooting space aliens and whatnot. Apparently, Saber Interactive did a fork of Space Marine 2 that you can play in certain VR arcades. But the thing is, they take up a lot more resources and space than traditional arcades and the ilk, while less people can play. But like, you can't sell people alcoholic beverages and food because the chance of them vomiting. So, sadly, like, a VR caf is a very, very hard prospect. And Scotty, we'll see how it goes. Like, I'm not anti-VR by any means. It's still not reached a point of, like, accessibility. And now you have to sanitize everything. You know, I am happy that the plague didn't absolutely destroy the possibility of this, but it murdered a lot of experiences. I also still remember getting sent a press release for a VR esports tournament. God, that was the weirdest thing. If you think people playing regular esports look weird, people sat in chairs doing all kinds of weird, like, quasi Laser Quest maneuvers, and they all wear eye shields. Not like, you know, eye shields, but these, like, you know when you go to a dodgy shitter and they have one of those like paper loo seats you put down over it, like that, but for the human face. And I gotta be honest, not digging it. Talon, unfortunately your holodeck is going to be a while. Until we can get hard light. I'm sorry. Okie dokie. So, if you all want to keep talking about games, news, and nonsense, I am totally down. But I think we need to log on to our AOL account. I think we need to fire up MSN Instant Messenger. And let's go find some spooky shit. Honestly, we're probably going to spend more time faffing around in nostalgia than anything else. And for those of you that are avoiding spookiness, we've got a little while before we get in.
Hard light? No, not Rimmer, that tosspot.
Bacon, thank you for the bits. I was leaving that open to see if anybody else wanted to do Red Dwarf jokes, but it always makes me think of the episode where they managed to make two Rimmers. Verdant, because a bunch of people don't want to use AIM because they think it isn't cool, but MSN lets you send pictures easily. God, get with the future, Verdant. Like, what are we? ICQ? IRC? Fucking forgot my acronyms. Rimmer World was terrifying. Yes, but it also led to the Arnold Rimmer song, which sadly the only bit I can remember is "He will never need a Zimmer." Cold ankles. What's that a quote from? His forehead doesn't glimmer. Bronze swimming certificate, silver swimming certificate. Put, what was it? Yeah, BSc and an SSC after his name. So, let me boot this title up, and let me show you what we're going to be putzing around on this evening. I said, let me show you what we're going to be putzing around on this evening. And also, it warms my heart how many of you know the Rimmer song. I know. If you weren't there for the Minds of Moria stream on Saturday, Ben and I kind of got into a bit about... Ooh, Anglais. We got into a bit about just how good Red Dwarf Seasons 1 and 2 were. I'm there. You know what, Carancle's what's so weird? I do not remember anything about Tongue-Tied. Even though it was, like, it charted. But I still remember everything about, whatchamacallit, always look on the bright side of life. Give me that borderless window. You have to let me know if it's too crazy.
So that's where Sauron built it to.
Yeah. And yeah. And you know what, Krill? I thought that the whole concept of Ace Rimmer was brilliant because ultimately the message is that, right? If you haven't watched Red Dwarf, they do some multiverse flavored nonsense, and they were doing back, 1,000 years before everybody else. And in one of the timelines, they encounter Ace Rimmer, a version of Rimmer who is everything that Rimmer is not. Courageous, heroic, charming. At one point, he surfs an alligator out of an exploding plane and lands it on a Nazi. And with the famous catchphrase, "Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast." But ultimately, the point of that whole episode is that Ace Rimmer is just Rimmer. He had to learn how to be that way. And admittedly, it's a fake it till you make it, but it's also an important reminder that no one is born, charming, awesome, and courageous. We're all fucking dorks. I like that. And Caffeine, I hope you had fun with it. I was just reminded of if I had a nickel for every time somebody broke out a chaos artifact in order to restore the status quo for the greater good, I'd have 2 nickels. Oh, okay. The fork point, yeah. Ace got held back. Rimmer passed grade 3. And DJ Coil, what's up, welcome. I also thought that, as much as I love the character, that Ace Rimmer was like a better twist on Lord Flashheart, who will forever be burnt into my brain. Doesn't this sound wholesome? I bet this is a fine game with nothing to worry about. Hang on, bear with me 2 secs, friends. I'm just gonna pour myself another bevy very quickly. Because if you're wondering, I have not been doing these long ship after dark solo. So if I have to face this spooky shit, I'm getting a drink. Okay. Bevy acquired. Hey! Scotty, that's really cool of you, thank you. Making sure homies don't have to watch adverts. That's the House Carl way. Yeah, Unholy Glee, go for it. I don't know how intense these spoops are going to be, but a lot of people kind of enjoyed it because it was more about like environmental investigation and like ye olde MSN Messenger than it was about like scares. And it's cool, we can just keep talking about Red Dwarf while I play this. Scotty's nearly daylight on day 1. Oh, and do let me know how this town is coming up a ghost town. We are 10 minutes past 9 PM and I have the pleasure to welcome all listeners. For those of you that don't speak Polish, the voice of the radio, to another broadcast of Krypta FM. My name is, we're just going to go with Lucas, and I'm going to be your guide through the unknown. Folks, what a day! As I have promised today, I'm going to introduce a few tips and tricks to our youngest cryptid hunters. But first, I would like to begin by playing an intriguing conversation that you might have already heard in today's Radio Bozgliad news. Let's listen up! Can you introduce yourself? Farmer. Mr. Farmer. Please tell our listeners what happened today. Well, let me tell you, Missy, I've been living here in Godshift since I was born. This is my first time witnessing something like this, I swear to God. Something like what? What can I say? I was at home getting ready to wash up because I was about to go to sleep. Then I hear screams like a blood-boiling screeching, so I got dressed pretty quickly. I ran out in just my slippers, and there it is. Pulled apart, gutted, lying there. My sweet little goat. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Maybe a wolf did it, I thought. But then I see 2 of my chickens laying there too, torn to pieces. Didn't even take them away, bastard. I just left them as they were, and the wolf would have taken them and all. Do you know something? I do not know. But I suspect... Let's talk about that. Just hope it doesn't come back. Let's not talk about that. You know, Missy, I just wanted to let people know, let them beware to lock their doors and everything. For me, I do not need to know what it was. Highly unusual, I know, highly unusual. Gutted animals found in Gosdry Village. Gosdry Village, Yorkshire. Let me tell you all, after listening to that conversation, I couldn't focus on anything else today, of course. We could always use more information. So I'm calling forth on all of you, if you live in Gosdry Village, or have any knowledge that could help us, and with the Krypta FM editorial team's investigation, I strongly encourage you to call us during tomorrow's live broadcast. Hide your chickens, hide your goats. Or, let's also mention another technological novelty. I invite you on to the newly established internet forum of Krypta FM, which you can find on our radio's website, www.boisegrotfun.pol. Again, to any of you that do speak Polish, I do apologise for my pronunciations. I'm trying to read this as it's popping up, and it is very quick. As promised, I have also prepared something for you. I've written down a few tips for a young cryptid hunter, which will surely come in handy while conducting a little investigating in your own backyard. Here they are. First of all, you should get yourself a journal with which you will note your findings. Judging cryptids is only half a cryptozoologist's job. The other half is extreme violence. No, before going out on your own, you need to know what you're looking for. In such journal, you can note down specific tasks, such as visiting a specific place, which you think might be worth investigating. When it comes to ideas for your task list, our broadcast forum could be a great source of inspiration. Knowing is half the battle. The other path is extreme violence. Second rule, stick to the paths. Looking for cryptids is a great way to spend your free time outdoors, but let's remember some common sense. If you see Mothman, don't try to clap those cheeks. When venturing far from your home, remember having a little map of the area you're looking for and marking known paths. Points of interest can also be helpful. This way, as long as you stay on the paths, you will always make your way back home. Third rule, and the most important, always have an adult with you. Fuck. Your safety and well-being is of the utmost important. Every paranormal investigator or cryptid hunter should know how dangerous the hobby can be. Exploring an abandoned building can lead to injuries, and it's easy to sprain an ankle. And our forests are full of nettles and thorny bushes. Fucking nettles. Doc leaves for the win. With a grown-up, you're always safe. Always safe. And that's it for today. You find it on a Krypta FM forum. My name is Lucas, and this was Krypta FM. God, I'd love to be able to do this as like an I'm Alan Partridge. Aha! Welcome to Krypta FM from Radio Norwich. Okay. Goat corpse and a
The interview
neighbour.
for this job is watching an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and them asking you if you could be Giles.
Yeah, if playing Buffy the Vampire Slayer, did you think, I want to be Giles? Scotty, thank you for the bits and all. So, okay, so you can see why this was something that stood out to me, right? Like, I've been playing a lot of liminal space horror this year, and I've been playing a lot of things that mess with perception or things that have us hunting for, like, anomalies and changes. Whereas this was like, no wallpapers. Okay, no photos yet. Barry the Beaver, round 2. Ah, fuck. Which of you fuckers borrowed my Barry the Beaver game? Oh, he's such a jerk. None of the game discs are about. Oh, I can't believe you've done this. I'm not lending you guys anything else. Okay, so main page. Welcome to the broadcast official website. Feel free to join the discussions on the forum. Oh, Vernon, you know if you leave things in the time machine, it causes an inevitable loop. Jesus. Sorry, DJ Coyle said, I accidentally copied over the third floppy with some mud chat logs.
Pretty safe to
And
say
I think
this
I just
won't run
aged
crisis.
1,000 years. Scotty, this is what runs inside of Crisis. DRM via CD-ROM, the true horror. Okay. Oh, so FAQ Cryptid Hunter. This is real cool. One of my favourite games of all time was Front Mission 3, that had a similar like quality of in-game internet, but each of these had each of the websites had its own forums, and if you could find like the hidden forums, you could order like black market mech parts. It's fucking cool. Write a journal, use common sense, be accompanied by an adult, and happy hunting. Apparently our handle is photo lover, spelt wrong. Jesus. Okay, how to turn into... So if you're expecting to find helpful resources or post such with a title like this, then from this day you were met with nothing but disappointment. It is now forbidden to ask how to turn yourself into a vampire, werewolf, mermaid, or whatever else you ask. Those are mythical creatures and do not exist in the real world. Alright, which of you was going to ask me how to become a werewolf? Show of hands. This is it. Like this is the door moment. I'm sorry, Legend. You know what to do. It's okay, Talon. It's okay. Glory to the admin team, the forum. Lead us through the darkness, for our mere lives of our stumbling mortals. Let your knowledge spill into our minds and your gifts fall upon us. Closing the thread now.
Well, village bit is covered, so not a werewolf. But how to double jump?
Thread closed. Weird console behavior. My gaming console's been acting weird. I think a demon might have possessed it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Or do you think maybe the government has the ability to connect with our electronics? Because recently I saw an article about how they're adding like spyware to devices in our computers so they could like invigilitate us. Okay. I'm not going to take the piss out of any of the spelling in this because it could be that they translated this themselves and are not native English speakers. But as a dyslexic kid on the internet, this speaks to me. In a spell check in everything world. Horrific if they're doing this. I also fear that my things might be possessed by spyware. I need to investigate it more because it's scaring me. I think you're possessed, not the console. You're talking out of your ass. Chochik, gotta remind you, something users forbidden. Though, if you want a real cryptid, how has Chochilik listed, has only got one post listed, but has made 2 posts. Bam, bam, bam. And the truth of the matter is, it is I who possessed your devices, and the only thing you can do now is sacrifice your console to me. Okay. Lights over Bosnigrad. Bosigrad. Wanted to tell you a story about what happened yesterday evening. My buddy came to watch a game. Blah, blah, blah. Alien noises, long headlights, alien noises, floating. Came back out, disappeared. Authentic story, maybe UFOs. And bears with, oh no, what if someone came to get me? What if some secret agency discovers I'm a werewolf? Sure, as if anyone believes that has any friends. Man, Chillick's a jerk. But it probably weren't alien technologies, maybe some fireflies. Damn. And apparently Bez has just sent the demons after. I'm sure they'll be fine. God, classic forum trolls. What a time. Okay. So this was the thing we heard about. So local community has encountered the remains of bitten animals and slight damage to vegetations. Places where wounded animals would be found. Now, I don't know the Polish countryside at all, but what I can say is that foxes, at least in the UK, do a thing where they will kill animals and leave them with the intent of coming back. So, like, the whole concept of, like, the fox in the hen house, where fox is just obliterating all of the poor chickens, it's not because they're doing it out of, like, for the fucking lols. Their intent is to come back. But most of the time, you know, people with farms find the chickens before the morning's out. Okay, let's see if there's any other information. We've had some eyewitnesses. The strange creature has been seen in the area for some time. It seems to be connected to the mystery of the animals, blah, blah, blah. The farmer that we heard from, blah, blah, blah. It's either a medium or large dog. Head seems completely black with prominent white fangs and an almost glowing pair of eyes. Oh, good. The creature also supposedly has pointed ears, which can also deceptively resemble horns, so it's difficult to determine what exactly they are. Some say that it can be injured or is stained with the blood of its previous victims. Okay. It's covered in a thick coat around the head with an elongated tail. These are credible information, but I renew my appeal. If you live in Gosderi and you have any information that can help with the investigation. Well, we do. Your sound card works perfectly. Right, okay. So flashlight on, flashlight off. Photo view is tab. Map is M. So we are here. Question mark, village head. So I guess question mark is... Oh. Take a little photo of our bed. Who's that tiny dog there? Nope. God, I can... Okay, look at this. I can record photos at a blistering 640 by 480 pixels. Let's fucking go. Haha! Okay, so how do I bring the camera out? My camera is on E. Okay, swap between camera and flashlight is E. Journal is J, which we know. Go corpse at neighbors. Left shift. Aim and snap. Alright. He will never need a Zimmer. Some more reminders. House doors are fucking creepy. Okay. Well, so there's definitely something the fuck over there. Excuse me, why can't I open my own front gate? Guess it's stopping me heading up that way. Okay. So no bloody clue what that is. I guess we're just supposed to explore our little backyard for to start with. As it keeps us on rails. Oh man. My little room with my old little PC. I don't have a jump. Okay. So yeah, friends, if you've got any questions or thoughts. Oh no, poor goat. Gently behind me. Just the fun, funky jams has definitely not helped. Oh, okay. So it wants us to... Did I see something in the flash? Did I go a little bit crazy? Now, obviously, this isn't going to be a liminal space horror game, right? This is going to be, I don't want to say traditional, but, you know, this is going to have that format of we go, we investigate, we come back. But, I mean, you know I'm a big proponent of big, chunky, low-poly goodness, right? And considering how complex a title like this could be, the idea that it's giving us essentially like a nice little paddling pool to get started with. Sorry, I think I mentioned this to you all, or at least I talked about it on one of the other videos, was how watching a re-examination of the horror game Tattletale. Telltale is a horror story, but for a different reason. Oh yeah, no, Scotty, check it out. We can do this old school. We have a photo viewer. But again, like, the reason why I'm intrigued by something like this is it's clearly a small production, teeny tiny team, and because of its whole chunky aesthetic, you know, it makes it real heckin' easy. So, okay, there we go. So there's the photos we've uploaded. Nope, that's just me house. Upload that one to the forums. And let's see if it reacts. So here's my gallery. Main page forum. Now, how do we... Oh, okay, so we have to go here. So, hello. Referring to the audition, this is the photo of the dead goat from the village of Gosnary. Okay, by Photo Lover. So let's see if that was all we needed to do for the night. Is it nap time? Okay, so once we've done our journal, it's nap time. I've got to check if anyone commented on my posts. Ah, what classic times. This town is coming up a ghost town. I'm gonna make that reference every time.
10 minut po 21.
Alright, it is 9 p.m. That can only mean one thing. Welcome to Radio Norwich. You're listening to Krypta FM.
Krypta FM na antenie Radia
Lynn, I've pierced me foot on a spike.
Przewodnikiem po tym, co nieznane. Dziś przyjmować będziemy...
Okay, oh, they're taking calls.
Ale najpierw coś, na co
Oh, something you may have eagerly awaiting. New information.
Mamy nowe informacje dotyczące
That's us.
ataku na zwierzęta gospodarcze w Gozdarach pod Bożegrodem. Na naszym forum opublikowano
Yesterday on our forums, there were published pictures of a dead goat.
która padła ofiarą
That's us.
tajemniczego łowu.
She fell victim to a mysterious hunter. Send the pictures to our veterinarian friend, Dave, who will share his expert opinion with us in a few days.
Ekspertyzy. Dziękujemy bardzo użytkownikowi
Big thank you to Photo Lover 14 for helping with our investigation.
w naszym śledztwie.
That's us.
Nasza linia jest otwarta. Zapraszam więc do... Mamy pierwszy telefon.
Someone's calling in already. Love this.
Z kim mam przyjemność?
Wiktoria.
Witam cię, Wiktorio. Z czym dzisiaj do nas dzwonisz? Pani Wiktorio?
Chwila, bo wykładam jeszcze. No tak, wisielec. Ona błądzi.
Okay, so Victoria is doing a tarot reading. Apparently the Gozdria creature is wandering.
Nic panu nie umknie, panie Łukaszu.
I'm giving you the cheeky cliff notes.
Czyli co, jakiś wysoki budynek?
And it's near a tall building, perhaps a radio tower.
Panie Łukaszu, karty nie zawsze mówią do nas.
Przepraszam?
Weather station, maybe?
W Gozdarach jest miejsce...
Somewhere in Gosnia there is a place of power
łączy się z tym,
where
co
the earthly connects with what is beyond our perception. These are usually natural spaces,
monumenty przyrody.
monuments of nature, ancient landmarks. People flock to them, mark them.
Oznaczają je,
Ooh.
ale żeby je znaleźć, potrzebny jest jeszcze kierunek.
But to find them, you still need a direction.
Pan.
Czyli podróż? Dobrze pamiętam?
Third card is the
Trzeba
chariot.
interpretować, panie
Not every card has to be interpreted.
Czyli
It's a place near the
miejsce
tracks.
to znajduje się niedaleko torów?
So I'm speed reading this to give you the cliff notes. Okay, so an injunction of magical energy
Zastrzyk magicznej energii. Mamy już kolejny
near the
telefon.
tracks.
Zobaczmy. Halo, halo. Witamy na antenie. Z kim mam przyjemność?
Witam.
I mean, it must shock you to know that I love this kind of like self-contained mystery. Still, it feels like we're the ones cracking it.
Podziękowania całej redakcji Radia Bożek.
Ah, first time caller, long time listener, enjoys the show.
Musi wam to powiedzieć i cieszę się, że dzisiaj mam okazję.
To bardzo miło nam słyszeć, panie Arkadiuszu. Również pana pozdrawiamy.
Panie Łukaszu, ja mam taką prośbę do tego fotografa.
Ooh, a favour to ask the photographer.
Widzi pan,
So you see you have some sources that say in Gozdari,
o tym, że w Gozdarach miało
Gozdara,
miejsce bitwa
there was an
powstania.
uprising in 1816.
1863 roku.
The parish priest where he was burying the insurgents
To kazał postawić pomnik Żyli.
ordered cast iron monuments to be built. Can't find anything about this monument. So I'm wondering, does it exist or could not? Maybe you could ask the photographer.
Czy pan mógłby taką prośbę temu fotografowi
Take a photo of it for me, the monument.
żeby on mi zrobił zdjęcie tego pomnika?
Alright, you'll want to do some freelance photography?
Adres podam.
Wie pan, panie Arku, ten nasz fotograf jest użytkownikiem naszego forum. Ja bezpośrednio nie mam z nim kontaktu, ale może pan napisać do niego z taką prośbą w wątku na naszym forum.
No właśnie, ja nie wiem... jak
The old
to
guy is
działa.
very perturbed that he's been told he's going to have to make a thread about this in the forums.
No syn zostawił po sobie, ale ja nie używałem tego nigdy.
Oh, the old guy is like he doesn't have a computer. His son left one behind,
Ja nie
but
wiem takich rzeczy, naprawdę.
Dobrze, panie Arku, to ja mam propozycję. Czy ja mogę do pana zadzwonić po audycji? I chętnie panu pomogę.
Nie chcę kłopotu robić.
Ależ skąd? To dla mnie przyjemność. To my się później dzwonimy. Dobrze?
Dobrze,
Okay.
do usłyszenia.
our radio DJ is going to call back the poor old gentleman and get his PC working for him afterwards.
Dobrze. Mamy chyba czas na jeszcze jeden telefon. Halo? Z kim mam przyjemność?
Hunter 95.
Okej. Z czym do nas dzwonisz?
Yeah, Raven, that's actually really nice.
Tym nad lasem. I napowiem. Ale nie wiem, czy jesteście gotowi naprawdę.
I'll tell you one thing: smoke over the forest, but I don't feel ready for the truth.
Oglądary.
That's the smoke we saw when we walked out of our setup.
Jego źródło, prawda, może zaskoczyć. Oczywiście, jeśli naszemu tajemnicznemu fotografowi starczy odwagi.
Are we brave enough to photograph it?
95. Czy jest tam może z tobą osoba dorosła, z którą mógłbym porozmawiać? No, dziękujemy za ten jakże ważny telefon.
Is there a grown-up I can talk to? And they've hung up. Okay.
To tyle na dziś.
I'd love to volunteer to try and voice these lines for him.
Przypominam
I could be a radio DJ.
gdzie znajdziecie więcej informacji na temat naszego śledztwa w Gozdarach. Ja nazywam się Łukasz Bartyniuk,
Hey, Holy Bus, go get some sleep. Also, I don't know if I told you, but the bus has been added to the fishing minigame.
Tymczasem udanych łowów.
So, okay, so monument and cemetery, place of power in a clearing near the tracks, and a source of smoke in the forest. Alright, so that's what we're contending with right now. But let's see if anybody called us a slur on the internet. Yeah, so Holy Bus, now you have a goal. And again, friends, for the next couple of days, Fiona's going to be off at, not TwitchCon proper, but around TwitchCon. Just, hang on, did somebody knock at the door? Oh! Fucking asshole. God damn it, Dave! You scared the piss out of me! Fucking Dave. For the next few days, I am going to be wrangling the wee baby Amos whilst hanging out with your lovely selves. This means that the streams are going to be a challenge. And I came up with the idea of basically, we're going to do fishing contests. And every day, whoever catches the largest fish will be allowed to add their own custom fish to the Longship Challenge. As I think that'll be a good way to kind of like balance it all out, you know? Red Burning Dragon's already there practicing their exclamation fish. Okay. How to start with tarot cards. I just want to point out that any critique I make of this user is not a critique of furries. It is a critique of being on Gaia Online 1,000 years ago. I know this person. I have met this person before. I can hear their voice. Now, is this the person that did a reading for us on the radio? Who knows? Fortune tellers on the TV are scammers, very true. So we've got one of the admins being like, this is so knowledgeable, there's so much... Look away! Look away! Don't look at my 2000s internet postings! Shit! My Gaia account! DJ, how are you doing, friend? How was the race? Well, so Shrivelin, I was just saying that, like, it's no critique of this person as a furry, but this exact colour scheme and aesthetic, I knew this person. This is someone I have Gaia Onlined with in my early teens. Anyway, how are you all doing? Good evening, Watto, and welcome. I would like to invite you all to cast your mind back to the 2000s. This is Krypta FM. We play a young kid in a small town in Poland who every night listens to their favourite radio station, Krypta FM, the #1 cryptid finding radio station late night in all of Poland. And they just, and I mean like only 2 days ago, they just added, brace yourself for this, an internet forum. That's right, before you brace yourselves, we're talking a chat room where people can send each other messages across the internet. I understand, probably should have warned you about this before we came on in. Shriveling, the #1 cryptid dating game is already Sucker for Love. And we ain't going to top that tonight. So, this Cookie Little Horror game is fascinating. It is chunky, it is low poly, but the overall aesthetic is like, you know, you're a kid trying to prove yourself to people on the internet, it's about like slow, open exploration and attempting to get, you know, cheeky snaps of spoopy stuff. Now, this isn't like horrifying jump scare type spoopies. This is about investigation. This is about that weird disconnect between like 2000s internet and the real world. So, we've got the game pinned. It is very, very indie. And I was just about to talk about how Chochluk is the forum troll. And there's always one. I'm waiting to see this person get toasted. But, like, we've got the forum banners, the icons, the whole kit and caboodle. And this was like how to get started with tarot cards. And I was going to check the crass one, which is also posted by Hunter. I think they meant to say... Apparently Hunter does not like Polish cars. Trains are still a far more superior way of transportation. Let's hear it for trains. What? So shriveling. I honestly think that the clown is going to end up being like a 40-something basement dweller who is just, fighting with children on the internet. But yeah, so give us the deets. How was the Kingdom Hearts 2 run? Who won? I've been having to do boring grown-up stuff all bloody day, so I didn't even get started with stream until like an hour and change ago. And recently, friends, I've been doing this thing where I've been tackling... Oh, the Seed won! Ha! They fought the law won. What is it, like, Goofy never spawned or something? Mickey Mouse spawns in as Kaiju. But yeah, so I love horror games. I think that horror video games is still one of the most interesting parts of our medium because you can explore them in such fascinating ways. Like, you're all seeing DJ's run-throughs of Voices the Void, right? Like, that is a perfect example of what you can do in games that you just can't do in other mediums. And actually, I was talking about that yesterday, predominantly because someone was being wrong on the internet. And instead of yelling at them, I posted about games that I liked. But the point that they were making was that games should always be fun. If I play a game for 10 hours and it's boring for 5 hours, then it's a bad video game. And I wanted to yell at this person. But I didn't. And the reason being is that it's twofold, right? Art doesn't need to explain itself. It's okay for art to be boring for you. But also, if the payoff is worth it, then you can have 5 boring hours. If the ending of a game that was ultimately boring until the final reveal is brilliant, then the game is excellent because what you went through wasn't, tedium for the sake of it, but pacing. If the game fails to deliver, alright, that's fair. And Voices of the Void is such a great example of it because the majority of that game is basically like loner busy work. You know this, I know this, but just, for future VOD watchers and whatnot, that in Voices of the Void, you predominantly play somebody working at, like, off-brand SETI, or, like, the SCP Foundation's, like, personal SETI. You point a radio telescope at the stars, you process the information, and you send the processed information off, and you get paid for it. And you use that to buy frozen pizzas. That's great. Now, Cold Ankles, that's the other point of this, right? Where if it's not about pacing and you didn't understand it, that it's okay for a game not to be for us or for the person in question. If they had a boring time with the game for 5 hours, that somebody else had the fucking time of their life, it speaks more to the subjective nature of art rather than like, game dull bad. But that's not how most internet discourse on the subject kind of comes across. But yeah, so as I said, if you've just joined us, let me tab on out of this. We're in our chunky little low poly world. There was a weird face at the window, and that is the closest to a spook we've had. But yeah, we play a kid in a small town, and our goals this evening are to check out the monument at the cemetery, the place of power, which is in a clearing near the tracks, and the source of the smoke in the forest, and take photos of them. All we have is our cheeky little flashlight, and this camera. Well, Baron, go get some sleep, and to be continued. Alright. But I just wanted to read up on these last couple of things before we hit the trail. And I also wanted to say, like, if you have any questions about this, or if you want to talk about horror games in general, I fucking love talking about them. And yet, what I've been doing for what we've called Long Ship After Dark is I've been doing these short little videos on horror games that are just a little too short for Twitch, or a little too weird. The last one I did was on a game called 10 Bells, which is an Exit 8-esque anomaly hunter, except for you're in a British pub, and it's brilliant. Oh yeah, Flouncy. At the time of this game, 2006, I reckon this kid's like, what? 13, 14 tops? Like, their username is Photo Hunter with an F. So off we pop. We've got to kind of decide where we're heading first. So probably should do cemetery, then smoke, then train station. And I think the source of power is either the question mark up by the bunker. Oh no, the source of power is by the train tracks, isn't it? Yeah, so alright, so we've got ourselves a good clear little place to go. There's no like, okay, if I don't read the forum I won't know what pictures I can take. No! Don't want to read her! Okay, so the place of power, looking at the blogs. Some examination. So the place of power has an externalization of demonic powers in the form of a creature, such as an entity. Maybe some kind of phantom, but in physical form. It's supposed to come down somewhere in the forest, in a big clearing near Gosri. I think that's where I'm going to be going. Okay. Oh, cool! Somebody did satanic rituals there. Maybe it was a summoned creature. I love that for me. And Flouncy Magoo. I don't know if I said hello. So hello. Then we got the smoke in the forest. So you're conducting investigations in Gosni. I will tell you what I saw in the smoke of the forest. Behind the mayor's house. Alien crash? And Sherlock, I have problems with spelling as the administrators constantly remind me, but Hunter95, just write terribly. Alright. So it's behind the mayor's house, and then the insurgent monument. Oh, this was the old guy! Good morning. Mr. Lucas helped me set up an account in the forum, so I'm writing here as a request I had during the broadcast. So every night before we go out hunting, we have a broadcast from Krypta FM that tells us like what's going on. And this old guy called in but didn't know what the internet was or how to set up a computer. And so the DJ called him back and helped him set up his son's old computer so he could make this request. Anyway, there's a monument at the cemetery. He's even doing the classic thing where he signs the message with his full name at the end. Love it. In a time when AOL Instant Messenger was new. Also, I'm definitely going to go... Alright. Oh, and the gate is open. Okay, so there's the... I got an achievement for leaving the front door open. Okay, so we are here. So we head up the road, hang a left, and we'll go get a photo of the cemetery first. Then we'll hit the mayor's house because it's pretty easy to navigate towards big plume of smoke in the sky. And jobs are good. So yeah, as I was saying, I fucking love horror games. But I also note that, like, especially if you're watching a lot of Twitch, you don't want to watch a lot of spooky games all the time. And that's entirely understandable. So, like, some of the other games aside from 10 Bells that I've done is, obviously I did Exit 8, because even though it was pretty much like, you know, pure, like, YouTube fodder, it has spawned a micro-genre, and it's surprisingly fascinating. Exit 8 affected me in a way that I was not prepared for. And I guess it's because, like, you know, the similarities between the underground and, like, the Japanese subway system are pretty similar. Like, a lot of similar design philosophies. Sorry, that's a good-looking skeleton. Screenshot for later. Right. So in theory, yeah, we head up the road, take the first left. But yeah, Exit 8 was genuinely brilliant, despite like the mimetic level to which it's been taken. And while not all of the copycats have been good, some of them have been brilliant. And honestly, again, if you need a good one, 10 Bells. 10 Bells is inspired. Heading to the cemetery. Gonna take photos of some spooky shit. Thanks, I hate it. That moment when you realise that your tiny child map is not drawn to scale. Take the wrong fucking turn at Albuquerque. Jesus. Yeah, no, Krill, that's actually 2 sets of 5 bells. Or 5 sets of 2 bells! Ding ding. Yeah, Flouncy. When this is all over, there's kids having to do at least 2 orienteering classes. But yeah, the other one that I did recently was Pools, and I played that right after finishing my read-through of House of Leaves, which I will try not to talk about incessantly, because I understand that one of the most prolific qualities of anybody that that reads House of Leaves is they don't fucking shut up about it. Alright, this is a cemetery. Alright, we're looking for a monument or something. Sorry, I'll try not to do the whip the mouse around. Okay. Got a big statue. And an itchy nose. Alright, there's the church. Monument at the cemetery. I mean, that looks like a monument, right? Hang on. Okay. Alright. Thanks, I fucking hate it. Let's go! Fiona's getting ready for a TwitchCon trip tomorrow and is putzing around. And it's totally not putting me on edge. I am not paranoid. Flouncy says it truly is the infinite jest of books. I mean, I do my best, but I understand. It is something that's worth discussion, and... Hey! Fucking Night of 1,000 Raids! I guess that's the spooky part of tonight. Chris, how are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome. Hello, hello. Welcome to Longship After Dark. Live. Yeah, we're getting spooky with it. As I was just saying to these lovely Mother Hubbards, so I've been doing some little like short YouTube videos of horror games that I find really fascinating. And with my schedule kind of thrown completely out of whack today, I didn't know what to do to stream for everybody. Because the choices were like UFO 50 and Keylocker, like two incredible titles, both brilliant for different reasons. And so I was like, you know what? No. Let's put that on hold. Here's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to play something off of my YouTube like horror shortlist, and this is Krypta FM. You play a kid in 2006 who listens to his favorite radio station, Krypta FM, the #1 cryptid hunting radio show. And again, most of you should have been sitting down the first time due to my warnings, but if you weren't, I'm going to warn you again, you may want to sit down for this. They just opened a website forum. That is a way for people to send messages to each other on the internet. I know. Whatever will they think of next? Whatever will they think of next? So this is about exploring your like teeny tiny town, finding what's going on, and communicating with people on a 2000s message board. It's brilliantly paced already, and is more... so far has been more tongue-in-cheek than anything else. Foie gras pizza with duck? What the fuck is the internet? What's the fucking quote? Are you JFan447 from moviepoopshoot.com? And yeah, I could probably be sprinting around, but I don't want to. So, okay. So we're here. We know that we want to head down the road towards the train station to find where... Basically, there's been like a big dog creature that's been mutilating wild stock. Now, we could just book it across the forest. We could shortcut it. Did you say, and I quote, Jay and Silent Bob are fucking clown shoes? Sorry, I watched that a lot during... Maybe that's it, Chris. Maybe we can use this game not as a way to find cryptids, but as a time-traveling device. Okay, so question. Before us there are two paths. This way is the true and tried path, where we will head down the road, we will hang a left at the power station and up to the bunker and across. Or, shortcut! What are your feelings on this one, friends? Okay, Flancy says, what could go wrong with a shortcut? Krill says, take the road less travelled. Exactly. When has a shortcut ever gone wrong? Should have got myself a little bit more Dutch courage before we took the shortcut, but it's fine. It's like, on the plus side, we can kind of see where the village is, and we know where the smoke is, so it's not like we're... Fuck was that? Oh, I think it's the light from the crash site. I saw like what looked like one beady red eye in the darkness and was about to freak the fuck out. Exactly. Fortune favours the bold. Oh, it's a little bonfire. Honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. See, now what's interesting about this is that it's doing a really good job of making us do this slow, long, laborious walk and showing us what most cryptid hunting is. Some fucking dumb shit that doesn't make sense. Like, whoever it is that's, you know, lighting up a bonfire out in the woods every night, like, brilliant, great. I mean, I don't know what the Polish countryside is like, but if it's anything like the UK... You know, everything's too damp to catch fire most of the time. What's up, River? I mean, Lizzie, in fairness, everybody voted for option that will potentially mess with me the most. And I was trying to remember if Robert Frost did actually die from hypothermia or not. Oh, so friends, Lizzie was disappointed that the messing with Will part wasn't the part that you all leapt on excitedly. Sorry, so Nifty Chris, how was your stream? What were you up to? To everybody here, please, 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 if you're not following Nifty Chris, please change that. They're a lovely individual and absolutely worth your time. Now, I didn't shout out DJ because they kind of jumped in and disappeared, but also, is there anyone here that doesn't know Hero to the People Dan Jones? Because if so, I will make the case for following DJ. And you can only do one shout out at a time. Oh, wait, cool. Chris is on FTL. Lovely. It is a bloody marvellous game. Although it was... Sorry, I say this like it's a negative. I had so much fun with FTL, but it was definitely that game of once I'd cleared it a few times, I was content. Because the rest of the time it kicked the absolute 7 shades of shit out of me. Man, I've got a long way to go. I'm just testing to see if our kid can get tired. This is cool. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get a little photo of this. Okay, and there's the photos we've got so far. But yeah, if you do take two things away from this, like one, yeah, Bean, there's no stamina. The kid's too young. Doesn't know what exhaustion's going to be yet. Okay. So there's the transformer, meaning that if we were going to take the correct way to where we just were, we'd go that way through the woods. Thanks, I hate it. That means we've still got a long way to go towards the tracks. And that question mark on our map will be bloody hard to get to because we somehow have to not get turned around. Because like, we don't have a compass. The other problem with this being a horror game is my ability to hold a conversation disappears. Along with my cottage. I think what I was trying to say is, horror games good, yo. If you haven't played Pools, again, I know it is a well-known title, especially if you pay attention to horror, but it is not just, mimetic YouTube fodder. As, unfortunately, a few of the titles in that space can be. Arrow Griffin, what turn, welcome. And I also, I added the myhouse.wad VOD to that list as well, because, that's pretty much the video game adaptation of House of Leaves. And caffeine, go get some sleep, friend. The Codex Astartes supports this idea. And again, on the list of things that I deserve a dinosaur sticker for is not riling up the air quotes gamers on the subject of Space Marine 2. It's so easy. It's so easy to do. Okay. I don't think anyone remembers the code to the lock. And without it, I won't be able to enter. Alright. So that's the train yard. So I guess I'm supposed to follow the tracks? Did I walk over the tracks? Hang on. So that appears to be a building, but a lack of... can't tell if it's a train station or if it's the end of the road. Okay, a place of power in a clearing near the tracks. Have I gone too far? Is it that question mark? And we were just supposed to risk it for a biscuit in the woods? Alright, well, cool. We're walking back. I'll test out the sprint button this time, just in case. Oh, okay. So, Nifty Chris, if you don't mind us recommending you horror games. So, Soma is incredible. One of my favourites on Steam is still Lost in Vivo, which is by the same person that did Spooky's House of Jump Scares. And it's an excellent deconstruction of pretty much every like PS1, Sega Saturn era horror game, but distilled and boiled down into something else. Arrow Griffin, Hollow Body did come out. I've not had a chance to put to give it a proper hands-on, so I don't want to recommend it if I don't personally know it's gonna slap. When it comes to, I try to treat horror a little bit like alcohol in terms of recommendations. That if I haven't had it, because here's the thing: is like I'm not going to say anything about Soma, but it's special. And you only know that if you've experienced it, right? It's not just Amnesia again. Chris, you are not the first person who's told me that of late, and you can't know how big a compliment that is. I spent a stupid amount of time researching, you know, what games and things are worth looking at. And, you know, one of my great laments is I can't stream them all. Okay. So I know we have a lot of people in here, and I must apologise for this. Bursting for the toilet. And the idea of getting all the way out there only to literally wet myself on twitch.tv is mildly worrying. So, I'm going to leave you here for a second, friends. Pop some smooth jams on as a quick little break. And Chris, I will have a ponder whilst I'm in the bathroom about other smooth jams that are worth your time. Other horror games that are worth your time. God, I'm so sorry. There we go. Because, again, I don't stream a lot of horror, but I love it. Aw, and again, Chris, thank you. And hey, if you don't end up seeing this one, like, this came out this year, it's not doing terribly. It's got about, like, you know, 900 reviews on Steam, so it's doing good. But it is very, like... Oh, I was about to say, nobody else I know knows this, and I check the page, and it's like, DJ wants this game? I'm like, get it now. I get it. I mean, Chris, there is also that. Problem is, poor indies are the ones actually suffering from the current financial state of the world. It's like, indie teams that are having to close right now is not because of their profit. There is rest of the industry, the rest of the world. Damn it! DJ, if I knew you were lurking, I would have said more nice things about you. Surprised you. No, DJ, like I said, I've only been on this for like an hour, and I've been faffing and taking my time, but the pacing so far is immaculate. No, you good. DJ, you good. And hey, if you ever want to do spooky games together, I have been saving like a little collector's smorgasbord. Some of them are very, very what you'd expect. After playing through Pools, there is one of the Backrooms co-op games that I would love to play with you. Because you've been doing the short horror game anthology. The Something of Fathom. The Fathom series? Fears of Fathom series. And I was going to do those as like little YouTube shorts because I haven't had the chance to play them myself. But one of the things I've been doing post-stream, and this is honestly just for me, right? Like, this isn't like some grand attempt to reach the internet stardom. I just fucking love horror games. But with the little ones, they don't fit stream good for me. So I've been like, after I finish work and I've sorted all the animals, and it's finally like Will's time in the evening, I make myself a little bevy, like I have now, and I just hit record on OBS and have a great time. But yeah, so Dan, have you done Pools yet? Because that was the one that just left me gobsmacked. Like, and again, as I was saying to Chris, and other peeps, and Chris, sleep well, friend, it was lovely chatting with you. I played Pools right after I finally finished reading House of Leaves, and the comparisons were very pronounced. Hell, the fact that content warning has the spiral staircase in the middle of one of the maps cannot be a coincidence. But there's a couple of others that I've been saving. So yeah, DJ, I recommend Pools. I know that it was like super duper. There we go. I know it was super duper YouTube fodder for a while. Yeah, I mean, it's nearly 3,000 reviews. But it's really good. And again, not to be too much of an absolute pretentious knobend, but it's so evocative of the Navidson report that I couldn't help but put them side by side, you know. and I forget what it's called. There's one on my wish list. Oh, yeah, this is another huge one. But DJ, this was one I was saving if we get the chance to be spooky bitches together. And again, I know this is super mimetic, right? But here's the thing. I never got to do the multiplayer SCP games. I know about them, I've researched them, but I never actually got to play them with people because by the time I wanted to play them, everyone else had already done it. But this one takes the exploration of pools and things like it, and then gives you this like ridiculous backrooms don't get eaten flavor. Hell, I did love that one of the segments is very similar to that spelunking game where you have to use a cave laser to paint your way through the environment. God, that was good. Okay. So for those of you that are sticking around, please don't go anywhere, as I'm desperate for the loo. Yes, Scanner Sombra. Thank you, Cold Angles and Verdant, because that game's fucking brilliant. I will be back in just a second, and then we will go to the source of power in the clearing, and I'm sure that nothing bad will happen. The end. Oh, okay, friends. I'm back in a second. Okay, hello there. Barbarian Bean, just in case you end up checking the VOD. I hope you're getting the good sleeps. And thank you for hanging out. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Smooth Jams. You were listening to Smooth Jam FM. Now, back to some spooky shit in the woods. I still can't believe I got an achievement for walking out of my house without closing the door. So what are we talking about prior? Oh, Fears of Fathom. Yeah. I'm looking forward to doing that series. I've also got an interesting title called Mimic, which has got a similar kind of like time frame and presentation to this, but you're trying to deal with a mimic in a small town. But instead of playing a child with a camera, you play a cop or something. Yeah, lo-fi beats to relax and piss to. So in theory, once we reach the edge of the town, we then head into the woods to try and find the clearing, which seems like a really fucking bad idea. So we are here. So in theory, from here, I go into the woods like this. This is a terrible idea. My face bitten off by a bloody Chupacabra. So we couldn't recommend some more horror games to Nifty Chris. I mean, and right now it's weird because like being super into all of the Dread XP stuff often feels a little bit like cheating. Oh, okay. Is that glowing? It looks like that's glowing. Okay. Yeah, that's glowing. How much closer do we have to get? Much closer. Don't like this. I mean, this singing tree is kind of cute. Alright. I'm not going to wait around to get eaten. I just got scared by my own hair. And this is why we walked everywhere else, so I could fucking leg it when shit got weird. Yeah, Krill. You know what? It's probably just me being really culturally insensitive. Like, what if it's really common for Polish trees to just glow and sing like that? Here I am being this, like, you know, insensitive British man. Oh, the trees are singing at me! Actually, that's what they do around here. You racist. Sorry. Cold ankles. I do not control the chair. Chair is not... I was about to say, the chair is not sentient. I feel if you sit and fart on something for long enough, it takes on its own. A life of its own. Oh, so I'm supposed to shut my front door, but I'm not allowed to shut my gate. Okay. But now that we've got our photos. Okay, so let's see. We've got the monument. Upload that. Okay, we've got this one. Upload that. Now, I wonder if we try and upload something that we're not supposed to, let's see if it rejects it. Okay, this photo will not be useful on the forum. Okay. And there's the photo uploading successfully. Alright. Once again, though, whoever it was that took my fucking CD for Barry the Beaver Round 2, like, at this point, I'm not even mad. Just, like, a pure amnesty on returning the disc. Also, it would have been Drive D, not Drive F.
Sorry I sold them to give you this.
Beans! time travel sale of classic games. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Thank you for the bits. That's what keeps me alive. Alright, well, I don't think there's anything to be doing apart from getting some sleepers. Made it to day 3. But you can see why this would have been a little bit too long for YouTube. And I will do my best to summarize the radio show. The DJ talks really fast. Alright. You know what time it is, friends. It's time for Norwich FM's Cryptid of the Week. Today's Cryptid of the Week is brought to you by Sexy Chupacabra. Dear hunters, let's start by thanking our wonderful community. That's us! We're a wonderful community! Thanks to your recent activity on our online forum, we're able to speed up our investigation process. That's so fucking cool. Hang on. The Polish guy is. Oh, those are so cool,
isn't it? I found so many like old Pokecrawl swag.
Like you're keeping one of these for yourself, right?
Yes.
But I was like, a few of these are your auction items. These are
I have a whole bunch of auction items now.
Sorry, let me bring up the main camera so you can all see. So, as I said, Fiona is heading off tomorrow, well, in a handful of hours, to TwitchCon to run a charity pub crawl for our friends over at Stack Up. Because we love those guys.
Yeah, those guys are great. I'd come in and say hi, but I'm not decent.
No, and...
So I'm staying off screen.
That would be my life gone.
Wait.
Nah. There we go, we get a flailing hand. But Fiona's going through pins of Pokemon's past, Pokecrawl's past. Found this Thanos Gengar and the entirety of the Squirtle Squad.
Right? Look at those little guys.
Look at those little guys. Babysitter. Squirtles.
I found a whole bunch of like little minifigs too. It's wild.
It's amazing what you find. And yes, Lizzie, we respect the TOS. Squirtle Squad! Squirtle. Babysitter. Squirtle. It's fine, I'm just holding the conversation in my mind. But I believe the DJ, not our DJ, this DJ, was thanking us for exploring some more. Among from other things, the old photo. Oh, this was the really cute thing with the old guy who called in and did not use a computer. Which reached its final destination in Gossi Forest, was posted. Mr. Octus asked us, or it's currently working on a documentary, and he asked us, pass along our gratitude for the help. You can see what I mean about the text going by so fast. It's downly expressed by multiple phone calls I've received from him. As far as I know, he already has lots more assignments for our history fans. Oh, cool! So we're going to be doing history hunting as well as... Oh, the alleged place of power. One of the stranger topics. It's just by a previous broadcast, one of our listeners, Victoria. Once again, photo lover, that's us. Not only went out, found out, but also managed to take pictures. Turned out to be an old tree, which were drawn pentagrams. Bum, bum, bum. Apparently it could indicate satanic activity. No more intel is available on the forum. Okay.
Chciałbym poruszyć jeszcze jedną kwestię. Moi drodzy, korzystając z forum dyskusyjnego...
My dear hunters, please try and adhere to the netiquette while using our site. Remember that behind each monitor, there's another human being. That's it for today, guys. Remember, those people on the internet are actually people. God, I remember those days.
Dziękuję za wasze zaangażowanie. Ja nazywam się...
And Akira Zero, I do like that the Squirtle Squad become the Wartortle Warriors, and finally, the Blastoise Boys! And they have to fight, because they're really good at it. The rest of the song is irrelevant. Okay. So we've got something at the train station, the village head's damaged car, and something at the bunker. I don't want to go to the bunker! No. If I hear knocking at the bloody window again, I'm ignoring it. Okay, so at the gallery, so we had the goat. Oh, okay, people actually responded to our picture now. Fantastic photo. Then we had, is it a chupacabra? Fits perfectly, hunts at night, literally sucks goats out. Greatest of all time. One of the other forum users remembered something from a newspaper. The newspaper got burnt. And Victoria does not like the energy coming off that photo. Also, Hunter was like, he should go see the smoke in the woods. We did. It's fuck all there. Oh, this was the monument. I like the fact that there are more comments after each day. That's a really clever way of doing it. But the old guy was really happy about that. Ooh, and apparently what happened with this monument was disturbing, so we'll get some more info on that. It'd be great if we didn't have to go up there. Managed to find this in the woods, as in the photo. Oh, Hunter says, you probably peed your pants. Haha. No, that's why I went to the bathroom first, Hunter, so there was no pee left to pants. Pull the fast one. What's the other one? You can't pee your pants if you're not wearing any. Oh, because otherwise you have to... I mean... How does a hunter type with boxing gloves on? That's a really good question. The answer is, shut the hell up. Okay, so we got the photo of the place of power from Victoria, who says it has a very bad aura. They've said that about everything that we've taken photos of, but alright. Absolutely must go there someday and see it with my own eyes, but certainly not in the dark. Hunter, you're funny. Boogeyman all from the ghosts in that tree will catch you. Probably some children went there to play rituals, and you're so scared. It's me, Budget Strongbat. That's all you get at this hour. The admin's just being in here, just being like, don't make threats, don't be a jerk. Ooh, and outside of our gallery, we got 3 whole emails. I got to email, you got to email, we got to email. So first up, we've got the road to the bunker. I have a feeling that you'll go and take photos of this bunker I post about. So I have a tip for you on how to find it. After you reach the transformer, you need to continue following the boulders. Try not to get lost because the bunker is off path. Okay. When you reach the transformer, continue following boulders. Can one of you remind me of boulder following? Then we've got the padlock code. And actually, I'm just going to write this one down. I feel like it's unfair to put all the member berries on you lot. So it's 7204. It's not 0451, which means this game is not an immersive sim. And then for the car, you're so brave. You walk around taking all these photos. I have a job for you. I know that in the next village, head house is a car with a dent in the front and weird marks. If you're brave enough, I can open the gate for you, so you can take a few pictures. I have my ways to solve the gate problem. So, villager's head, house is car. Okay. Interestingly, as I was saying earlier, they've actually acknowledged that there are just a bunch of people on this forum that can't spell. Because at first I was like, I don't want to joke or mock this because, you know, this is set in Poland. I believe it's a Polish developer. Like, and it slaps. So I'm not going to drag anybody over the coals for, you know, misspelling or mistranslation when it's like 2 people banging out a classy horror game like this. I mean, cruel, maybe. But I will say, combining this game with Home Safety Hotline would be fucking incredible. Like, okay, money no object, that we can just fund an indie game tomorrow. That is what I would do. I would take the, what if the Fae rules applied to real-life situations, and your job is basically to be like I don't know, like a government handyman, woefully underprepared, woefully under-equipped, and you either have to, like, chase away little gnomes and sprites and dwarves, or deal with some real shit. But the thing I loved about Home Safety Hotline is predominantly it was about identifying the Fae and correctly advising people on what to do. The idea that you could do that from a first-person perspective, you know, like if you encounter, what was it, the Feast of the Forest, the Fae's Bounty, like a horrible pile of like lard and fat and leaves and stuff, just having to take a bite out of it like a fucking apple. Like, you could do some really interesting stuff with that. And I always love the idea of creating situations in horror where it's on you as the user, the player, the character, to understand what's going on and react. And that if you get shitted up, like if you get scared to all heck, either you weren't paying attention or you did something wrong. You know? I think that's where Alien Isolation was a lot more friendly than, say, the post-jump scare sphere of nonsense post Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, technically Slender in the too many pages, but... it's our old guy. Hello there. I wanted to share a picture of my miniature tanks that I'm building, but I've come to realise I'm not able to upload photos for the post. Can you ring me in your free time? I'll gladly explain how to do this. Look at all these people! These are fellow chronically online individuals helping an old guy share pictures of his tank. His tiny tanks. Okay, so let's check out. So what's the deal with the mysterious bunker? Okay, pictures of the ominous tree posted. There's a bunker near Guzri, one of the paths. A bunker-like bunker. There should be some weird things happening. Maybe checking a place is worthwhile, because you never know until you've been there. Oh, but that was a few years ago. Hunter says, don't overthink everything. The bunker has nothing to do with anything. All that was... Oh, sorry, I didn't do the voice. Only thing that was happening there was me shooting the fake guns with my friends. It's a... it's a pistol with a nunchuck duct tape to it. If the smarty pants behind the pictures feels brave enough, I know something about the guard backyard in Gosney, and can answer first degree meeting with it to take pictures. Maybe something to do with investigation. The Hunter sure is a character. And look, I am a sucker for the idea of, like, vocal cadence communicated through text. And yes, it is because I finished reading all of Homestuck. But the idea that you can feel what this person is like through their strange, like, no spell check, let's go. Remind everyone about proper grammar and not making fun of this community. Hunter95, I've noticed you like to joke about people who are active on here because it is their passion that they are pursuing. I don't know if you realise, but it's not nice when someone makes fun of your hobby that you love. Okay, sorry. I will be nicer next time. I hope so. Being nice to people isn't as hard as you may think. Man. Every day we moved away from classic forums like this, we strayed further from the light. Okay, the old guy wants us to check out the abandoned train station. Okay. No wallpapers unlocked. Okay. Yeah, that just spooked me this time, dickhead. Yeah, that's the plot twist, Arrow Griffin, is that Hunter is just a cryptid. Okay, so Village's Head. So it's Village Head, Bunker, Train Station this time. So I think that's the order we'll do it. Village Head, then Bunker, then Train Station. Because Village Head is probably the easiest thing to find. And the train station takes the longest. But yeah, if I could do something that was like a... I don't know. Again, I guess if we're talking money, no question. I've talked about this a lot. And I love, love, love the idea of doing a supernatural video game. Like a video game based on the show. I also love the idea of doing something based on Stargate, but I don't have a really good pitch for a Stargate game, other than because I fucking want one. But as I've told you all multiple times, I love the idea of combining the research and investigation alongside shooty gun bang. You know, ever since we did things like GTFO, I love the idea that you can combine like investigation elements and research elements into something and make it really fun. Like, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking... I've been meaning to. I'm just gonna message Jerry after the stream and be like, hey, GTFO? Because we have not gone back to that, and that game deserves a return. Because it's now story complete, and not quite as brutal as it was before. Yeah, so Cold Ankles, apparently Slytherin, or Slytherine, or how it's pronounced, not the Jowling, Cowling, Rowling series, but, alright, we're looking for a beat-up car. Right, there it is. They published one recently that was kind of the same vein as, like, the Desperados games, or, like, Shogun Tactics, or what have you. Damn, dude. But unfortunately, it does seem like the title was very, very low quality. And as we were talking about this earlier on Discord, the amount of... the amount of licensing fuckery that happened with Stargate as a whole thing. Krill says, my entire reasoning for Stargate video game would be pay David Hewitt to reprise Dr. Rooney from Atlantis. Done. Done. Yeah, so Cold Ankles. Slytherins, or however it's pronounced, my apologies if I'm butchering it, but their title did seem to be like, hey, we've just got a whole bunch of, like, classic... Like, when I say war games, I mean, like, World War II tanks board games, war games. We've got that market sewn up, and we're experimenting with that. They had some success with their 40k titles, again, because it converts really well, but I haven't seen them able to... That's a tiny car. I haven't seen them able to do much else outside of that, right? But, like, I don't know anybody over there, so I can't really comment on... Oh, excuse me. I'll comment on them, but... Well, so actually, so Moose, there are ways to do forums these days where you, where there's a few services out there that have their own like DDoS protection and stuff like that. I know a few titles that still like using forums as their major communication, but you cannot understand the hours in a day it takes to maintain and moderate forums. Like, it's messier, but honestly, these days, just if the fans want to make a Reddit, they can make a Reddit. If they want to make a fan Discord, they can. Like, Discord is so much easier to maintain than a full-on BBS. I actually think that's one of the reasons why Discord has succeeded, is that it's something that really works well with a small group, but scales if you have loads of people. But this is just me as a community manager who had to work with a forum day in, day out. I think that was meant to be a little fox. The horror hasn't quite gone. And hey, Verdun, it's lovely hanging out. I hope you enjoyed this, or at least enjoyed the banter. I am only responsible for 2 Discords these days. And... I mean, you know I fucking love the Longship Discord as I live there. But yeah, it doesn't mean that I miss that I don't miss being a forum user. Hey, did that sound like a train horn? I guess those are the boulders. Alright, do you want to do bunker or train next? Oh no, it could just be a guy off the distance going... That's Train Dave. That's his special skill. He just stands on the hill and makes perfectly accurate train noises. But yeah, jumping back. Sadly, what happened with Stargate was... Yeah, good old Honky Dave. Wait, hang on. The train did just shout us, you're right. And we've got to come back this way anyway. Oh, it's their transformer. And I know I need to follow the boulders, because I did remember that. But yeah, so what happened with Stargate was that rather than license it out, they had the brilliant idea to create their own game dev team, which was Cheyenne Mountain... Cheyenne Mountain Entertainment. Okay. I'm trying to remember if Cheyenne Mountain Entertainment was the... basically the parent of all Stargate like branded stuff, or if it was just the game dev side. So I'd have to think about that one because my brain's drawing a blank. But the TLDR is that their goal was that rather than go to like EA or Sega, as what people would do at the time with license shit, was to go, fuck it, why don't we have our own game dev? We've got this great IP, we could do this. And one of their first projects, alongside some of the other smaller things they'd passed about with, was an MMO. I want to say pre-World of Warcraft MMO. Their goal was that they were going to make one based on Stargate universe. I was about to say Stargate Unchained, which is very funny but very wrong. And honestly, I'd love to make a game based on Stargate Universe, but it would be kind of like a procedurally generated group puzzle game. Like, you and your friends sign up, sorry, sign up. You buy a copy of the title. You all log in together, and you have to try and get the ship into a functioning state before everybody dies. So it's not just about like exploring it and finding where the weapon systems are. It's about like getting the loos working and the fucking hydroponics and shit like that. But yeah. Oh, was it Stargate Atlantis, not Universe? Oh, well, Cold Ankles, thank you. And yeah, well, so MGM went bankrupt as well. So MGM went belly up, and everything was kind of a fucking mess from there. Anyway, TLDR. Huh. Let's get a nice arty shot here. Hang on, what do they actually want us to photograph? Something at the train station. Alright. In fact, the fucking train station is here. I mean, this place is abandoned, and yet it is all turned on and everything is here. Oh, I hate that. Fucking hate that. Come to Gosdry, where we've got creepy shit in houses. Strange man who's made a home in the forest. Ah, oh, Moose, no man, Stargate, fuck yeah. Well, I also thought Stargate has always been the perfect vehicle for cool video game shit. Because, like, it lends itself so perfectly to, like, instanced adventures and shit like that. I don't suppose any of you read Polish, right? But yeah, so basically, MGM went belly up, and then I believe Amazon picked up the corpse of MGM, and that's where everything kind of languished. So I assume Slytherin did some deal with Amazon to get the license for their little game, but the game is just not up to snuff. Well, as a krill, you're right. I could probably do that. I realised that for most of the time I was living in London, I wasn't more than, like, you know, a stone's throw away from somebody that had moved over from Poland. So I've never had to work out how to translate stuff, because I could just go, "Oi, what does this say?" Because, like, oh my word, I hate that I'm forgetting so many names today. I spent the whole day doing paperwork stuff and clearing... Well, okay, and cleaning up the guinea pigs, because they're fucking cute. But... Fuck up, Spiller. It's a good one. Was it Uri? Anyway, one of the people that I lived with when I was in London was a fellow Vigigamery nerd who had moved over from Poland and stuff like that, and we used to talk Warcraft until the wee hours. Catastros. Man, this road and forest is dark. Who would write that on the side of a wall? Oh, what's on the to-do list? Something in the bunker. I want to go to the bunker. Okay, so Cold Ankles, so they acquired... Was it Cheyenne or... Because what I read today was it was all of MGM's corpse was acquired by Amazon in 2022, 2023. Would you explain, like, the light licensing deals? Because Amazon Game Studios cannot make their own fucking game. Like... New World... The fact that New World exists is a miracle, and even then, it's pretty fucking mid. Okay, the bunker should be dead ahead. And returns! Welcome, DJ Coyle! Sorry. It's going good. The pacing in this game is excellent, and I'm just enjoying this whole kind of investigation and nonsense. I'm still not sure if we are at threat, or if we are just kids overcoming that, you know, fear of the night. But having a very good time with it. And the pacing is really good because if I was playing this on YouTube by myself in the fucking dark, this pacing would build so much tension, and it still is. But with you lot, it's giving me these nice long roads where we can chat about stuff. I mean, we're just talking about the tragedy of like no good Stargate games. And Fearless, go get some sleep, friend. Fearless, I did mean to ask you. If you are busy on Friday, and I have not done that. So if you want to come round for a pint and help me look after some crazy dogs, you are cordially invited. I may... Okay, so that's the entrance to the bunker. What's this? It's like a little pillbox. Air tunnel? Huh. Oh, Fearless, not at all. It's not a Sea of Thieves night, and I haven't decided what Friday is going to be. It might be just marbles on stream, friends, or something along those lines. But... Oh, shit. Look. Ah, we're good. We got ourselves an obelisk, baby! Well, Akira Zero, the fear of the unknown is a great one, but it's really hard to evoke in video games. Because here's the thing. If you buy an Amnesia game, you know that there is some spooky shit. And as somebody pointed out, Amnesia was incredibly influential in our industry, but it's essentially a handshake, right? You agree as the user that you are going to try and avoid the thing, and the thing will stay dark and scary and frightening. However, if you face roll the thing, especially early on, when it's being a bit more cautious, you can remove the fear by removing the concept of the unknown, right? And mechanically, it doesn't have enough threat to present. And from that point, everything's a bit weird. I think the bunker is radioactive. Does anyone know if radiation particles affect digital photography, or is it just physical photography? Yeah, no, and so Kira Zero, I do agree. I think things like content warning are a really good example of how to do fear of the unknown with friends, because it creates a sponginess, or sorry, an elasticity between this is so weird and quirky, I don't have to worry, and I am alone, I am afraid. And because of the stakes at the game, I have to get this camera out, so now I'm afraid again, right? Cold Ankles is saying that it does. Radioactive particles presented on the image detection gubbins as bright spots. Even on digital cameras? Because I don't know if you noticed like the little green sparklies as we were coming down here. Oh, fuck you, Slender Man. The noise in the background is Amos getting his feeties cleaned. Well, actually, at the moment, he's got like a little scritch on his upper eye. So he's having a bad time. Alright. Check it out. Everybody brought their own poo bucket. Let's go for the Doom Classic. I think that's the better shot to take. Now that one's pretty good. Let's try that one as well. What is this? Outer Wilds? Well, Krill, if we walk out of this and suddenly it's a different fucking planet, then yes. I did realise it's very hard watching people play Outer Wilds when you can't say what's going down. A lot of watching Chorby's playthrough of Outer Wilds has been me going, yep, God damn, that game's good. And I guess, so Krill, it's going to be upside down, but, like... Damn, my skin is too pale for white balance. But yeah, it's upside down, but if you know, you know. Now, DJ Coyle, I do agree that Subnautica's Fear of the Unknown was very pronounced and very powerful. And obviously, with my thalassophobia and fear of sharks, it's a lot more pronounced, but... What was really funny was in Below Zero, how... What was his name? Fucking something Dave. Shouty Dave, bitey... There's a lot of Daves in my stories. But how that creature was loud and angled and spiky and fucking scared the shit out of me first time I saw it. I wouldn't go near him, as you remember. And then I accidentally ran one of them over. And I found out that, I forget what the term is in nature, but they're a creature that appears to be like a more aggressive species as a form of protection. So kind of like how milk snakes look like coral snakes and shit like that. You know, teeny tiny cutie patooties. Is it referred to as just mimicry? I thought that was more like... Anyway, DJ Coyle, this is one of those situations where I don't know the correct term, but yeah. That particular species was so frightening because I didn't know it. And once I knew it, they did have a certain like feeling of mastery over the environment, which was great. Something similar with the Ghost Leviathan as well. Now, the Reaper Leviathans never stop being scary. Like, they still shit me up. And it did make me laugh that through my Subnautica run, the point where I grapple hooked the dragon and used its momentum to fling me out of danger. I don't think I have shown a level of unhinged, insane bravery before or since. Well, no, so Krill, it's not like with bears, where they raise their stature to make themselves seem more intimidating as a reaction. But, fuck, what's the term? It's like an evolutionary term, where one species grows to look like a different species, or to have the... Ah, okay. DJ Coyle? There's a lot of Latin in that sentence. I'll butcher it all. But, so far, I agree with everything you're saying. That sounds right. Look, Grill, I'm never going to be mad for Red Dwarf references. You know this. Not Latin, just a stuffy English guy. Ah, come see, come sa. To be the perfect time for a random knife salesman. Hi, it's me, the night knife salesman of Poland. This seems fine. Okay. Oh. So let's get the important ones uploaded. So that was... Is that UFO as in flying saucer? Oh, and Spiller, the aesthetic of this game is why it brought me to it. And DJ Coil, like, at this point, paycheck's a paycheck, friend. You know. Like, it's not going to be a good time. But like I said, it's like, I wouldn't judge anybody for taking a job at, like, Rockstar or anything like that now. You're going to have a bad time, but you gotta eat. Sorry, yeah, so if any of you speak Polish, I'd be fascinated, or read Polish, you'd be fascinated to know what this is. But okay, yeah, so we know the term for that kind of like mimicry of lethal animals. It was so fascinating to encounter that in Subnautica. Oh, actually, Baphomet, if you want to ask somebody, I'm not even going to put the BRB needs T screen up. I'm just going to pour myself in a bevy. So I'll just pour myself a quick one. Akira Zero, for a second there, I was going to be like, wait, you also speak Polish? That's awesome! Well, no, so DJ Coil, it isn't that there's the mimicry, sorry, I'm getting all my terms gefuggled. There isn't a mimic in Subnautica, but there is a creature that pretends to be big and frightening to scare away other predators, that its aesthetic and design and roar are all meant to evoke a bigger Leviathan-type creature. But when you actually deal with it, it's a fucking wimp. I ran him over with my van. I did him in like a seagull on the M25. It's also worth noting that when those tables were turned, I'm not proud of what I did, alright? It was very much Will is the Megalodon type moments. I'm not proud of it. Ran over a lot of fish in that truck. Give me 1 second. Okay. I mean, I want to give Baphomet a second to give it a proper, but, you know, this was 2006. This was some peak, you know, I still believe. Sorry. One of the things that amuses me is that we've kind of reached this point of human culture where we're pretty all on board with, if aliens exist, great, awesome, whatever. We got real shit to deal with. Like, I still remember people having those, like, you know, I believe in UFO posters, post X-Files, and that being, like, a thing that people would get really contentious about. Like, oh my god, you believe in UFOs? Justify yourself. And now it's like, sure. We'll face roll Area 51. But not because of anything other than because it'll be incredibly funny. Okay. Well, Baphomet, thank you for asking. But yeah, I think we've got like a general consensus that, yeah, I believe in UFOs because in people... Yeah, I believe in UFOs more than I believe in people. That's pretty good. Oh, and Fred, don't give me credit beyond. Oh, yeah, no. So DJ Coil, I appreciate they went for a different vibe with Below Zero rather than just being like, and here's the new big predator, and here's the new... Like, it really had its own ecosystem. Oh, okay, so let's upload this one. And what was the spooky shit? Oh, this thing. So I think the nest inside that is probably the thing we're looking for. And then... Okay. I kind of like this Baphomet-esque rather than the kind of like the Doom style. And I do love it in photography games where we get to pick our own setups. Alright, and there's our gallery. No one's had a chance to read it yet, so... Nap time! What's this? Staying up all night, sleeping during the day, and living on forums? What is this? Me playing Ultima Online? I'm old! You good, buddy? Sounds like you ran here.
Nazywam się Łukasz Martyniuk, to jest audycja Krypta FM na antenie Radia Bożegród.
Radio Norwich, let's go.
Moi drodzy, ledwo dziś zdążyłem do studia, ale miałem kilka minut.
Okay, so he barely made it to the studio because he was running. Had to visit a few places with intel that he's gathered. Oh!
Gather round the radio box, children. We shall learn of spooky shit.
Moi drodzy.
Okay, so managed to solve the mystery of Godfrey's cryptids. Okay.
Chciałbym podkreślić, że dziś...
What? Yo, are you all still... Am I still here? Can you give me an 07? Okay, you're still here. I think the game is still running. Oh, fucking power out. I think the whole village is out. I have to go and check if the transformer needs to be fixed. I am a fucking child! I am not a paid electrician! Everybody brace yourselves. The big reveal. The secret to it all is... Boom. They did that so well. I thought the game had crashed or that this PC was fucked or something. The real jump scare. Thinking your PC is buggered. Oh, I hate this. Card corrupted. Alright, I can barely make out where the transformer is. I'm gonna get fucking jump scared, aren't I? Yeah, no, I would just hide in the fucking bed with my light at this point. Megatron! I can't believe you've done this! Well, also, So Akira Zero says, not saying like since Eternal Darkness that we jump scare like that. I have to say, playing this with all of you lot and not being in the dark by myself makes this a lot easier. But also, like, there have been a few meta-narrative games that have used the concept of streamers to kind of... Fuck off. I hate this so much. To accent a meta-narrative. Oh, fuck you. Nope, don't touch me. Trying to follow the power lines. I really don't like this. Oh no, I can't see fuck all. See, because I have the lights on me. So the things that I need so you can see in my pale, pasty face mean I can't see shit. All I can see is in the top left corner, that sliver of the power lines. I'm listening. Fuck off. The transformer. Meep! 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 This is why... Check your fucking batteries on the daily. Hunter, this is the worst time to come in on this. How are you doing? Now, before we continue, I want to do something that I've been doing for...
Transformers lets you see with eyes.
And Shitaru, water and welcome. So, before we progress, there's something that I've been doing with a lot of the YouTube deconstructions I'd like to do with you all. And it's not freak the fuck out and drink, though both of those are valid responses. So what I want to do is do this thing which is, who are we? Right? I think when looking at horror in video games, who are we supposed to be and how are we supposed to feel are like the two big things, right? Oh no! Well, Hunter, I'm sorry Insomnia's kicking your ass tonight. As someone who, you know, I had white guy insomnia when I was in my teens, but self-inflicted, but no less shitey. I used to walk for miles to try and get myself sleepy enough. Fucking hated that. Anyway. Who are we and how should we be feeling? We are a young teenage kid living in 2000s Poland, right? I will admit, if I was in their situation, I would not have walked down the road to hit the switch to bring things back on. But okay. But the things about this that are fascinating is how, so far at least, you could chalk up everything that we've seen that's weird to, you know, being alone and afraid but persevering. You know, I had a rural upbringing. I know what it sounds like during mating season when the foxes are basically doing a fucking sex murder. Like, well, it sounds like people are being sex murdered in the forests. You know, because that's just what would happen. Because foxes, you know. For those of you that grew up with a very, very active imagination or, you know, had a brain that wouldn't shut up, like, my mind's ability to conjure impossible monsters from the darkness is second to none, you know. It wasn't until me and alcohol made good friends that I probably started sleeping with the light off, you know what I'm saying? Which is also, probably wasn't the healthiest thing as growing up as a child, but did mean I can sleep at any point of day. I can sleep with the light on, I can sleep in broad daylight. It's a useful gift. But the reason I bring this up is because it shapes so much of this experience, right? Do you remember how long we walked to get out there? Right? Just navigating by this one thin sliver of power line. Now notice how quickly we walked back. Even with me talking and nattering, we've gotten back so much quicker. Right? Now, was that our perception? Did the game elongate that? It doesn't matter. Because one of the things I've tried to do with Longship After Dark is not pick it apart too heavily. The goal isn't to be like, oh, well, smokes thin French cigar. Well, this is the way that they created this experience. And with me being so clever, smart, and brilliant, I'm clearly unaffected by this. No, it's to engage with it, right? To appreciate and understand it. Like, deconstruct it after, sure. But not pull the experience apart by trying to know it before we know it. You know what I mean? And honestly, that mentality was what led both Exit 8 and Pools to being some of my favorite horror games in recent memory. Because in Pools, you volunteered for this, right? And every time you hit a chapter breakpoint, you could just stop. But you don't. You keep going. Is the place making you do that? Is that your inane curiosity? Is the very fact that you wish to keep going a narrative hook or a conceit of the experience? Like, fucking love it. With Exit 8, whether you are someone who is trained to find and dispose of cool monster shit, or whether you are just a person, you are presented with a horrifying and impossible situation, and you just have to fucking deal. Like, Exit 8 sits with me because, like, 10 Bells is brilliant. That has a story that you construct through spooky shit. It's really good. Again, these videos on YouTube, if you want to check them out, I'm very proud of them. But with Exit 8, you are presented with a truly horrifying situation. You are on your morning commute. You get off the tube, you head up through the station, you walk down a part of the station, you walk down 1,000 times, and then you're back in the same part of the station. It's a loop now. But every now and then something fucked up happens. Right? Like, it's an incredible example of modern, like, post-SCP horror. You don't get an explanation. There isn't a cackling villain or a vampire on top of a hill. You've stumbled into something. Is it alive? Is it a twist in space and time? Are you being toyed with, or is this just, you know, is this the roadside picnic thing? Is there a piece of alien technology that fell off a ship and has basically just fucked geometry in a small space? Doesn't matter, because who are you in this space? You are a human trapped in an impossible situation. Now, this one is dancing between two different flavors. Both your insomnia, but also... it's hopping between your insomnia and... Oh, we can go with our gallery comments. It's flitting between nostalgia, not insomnia, and also this like terrifying setup. Akira Zero, I don't know if they've expanded to do the whole platform. Some people have tried to do, obviously because it was financially very successful and an interesting experiment. Some people have done other anomaly hunters. Now, one of them puts you in the position of like a more traditional like SCP agent. You're in a semi-open plan office and things are fucking weird. There's another one where you're basically caught in a time loop on a train. Okay, but Eon Digital, I want to joke with that one, right? But I do remember being in one particular Starbucks, I think it's one in Seattle, where they must have just fucked up the building permits, and the toilet is down this long fucking corridor. A corridor that seems impossible. The front of it, regular Starbucks. You ask for the bathroom code, they give you the code, you go to the door, and then you go down this long fucking corridor with a twist at the end. And at the end, there are 2 unisex bathrooms. But I'll admit, like, it propped that part in my brain that goes off when you deal with impossible geometry in video games. You could do some shit with that. See, the Backrooms has a huge fandom, and I'm not going to diss on it, but I personally believe that that kind of, like, liminal space impossible geometry works best when you, as the user, imagine yourself stumbling into this. Like, I don't think that post-Backrooms is bad, and this is not a critique, but I think the early games, based on that, had the strength of being... You work a retail job. You went behind the store in the mall, and you opened the wrong door, and now you are trapped in an impossible situation, and you do not know where the fuck you are or what's going on. You know, you are basically playing a person who stumbled into this SCP-type anomaly, and I think that's where it's at its strongest, in my humble opinion. But, like, again, this is what I talk about on these horror videos, but usually they're very short, and you'll just have to deal with leaving comments. Now, we didn't get to hear the radio announcement from last night, so all we get to do is read these ones. I do like the back thrones. Hunter says we need more liminals, more public spaces designed to trick the human brain. Yeah, but they're just big, weird, and expensive. Now, I will say one of the things I was lucky enough to do when I was back in my 20s, is one of my friends I used to LARP with went to an airsoft... Right, it wasn't only airsoft, it was also used for, like, zombie Nerf LARPs and things like that. But it was this place just called The Mall in the UK. It was a decommissioned shopping centre. So imagine smaller than a traditional American mall, but with the same aesthetic trappings. And Spiller, you know, I could do that, but... And perhaps, Spiller, perhaps maybe I should. You know, maybe we should make a Longship After Dark channel. Fuck, maybe I should do that. You know what? I've been meaning to. Shitaru, depends on the noise. It might have been Fiona getting stuff ready. It might have been me scratching my head. Or we might about to have the piss scared out of us by something. Yeah, see, Spiller, that's fair. I made a playlist for him, but you're right. I guess the reason I did them was not to try and, like, explode on YouTube, but was to get something artistically out of my noggin and for you all. I do them for me as much as. Aliens waiting behind you to ask if they can email your parents for a ride home. I do like that. Alright, I'll have to see if there's a... Well, I tell you what, Spiller. If peeps really start enjoying some of these videos and stuff like that, and we can kind of separate it. Sound like plastic bags? Probably not the monster under the sink. No, he's paper bags only, because we have a lot of leftovers from Freddy's. No, and Spiller, like, thank you. Like, I appreciate these, like, suggestions and discussions, and honestly, like, I wasn't even doing, like, VOD uploads the very, very early days, because I didn't think anybody wanted to watch the VODs. It was a long time before the VOD watchers were like, Will, we actually want to watch this. Stop it. And then had a lot of help from Scardy, and that helped get things, like, up and on a level. And now I just follow their example. Oh yeah, so here was the car, which Hunter wrote about in these photos. Ah, bravo! Honestly, you impressed me a bit, but you're probably too dumb to solve this mystery. Chunk, these photos only confirm my suspicions that this cryptid had to drive this car to Gosdry. I wonder how he was able to drive. Maybe an observer can explain this. Be respectful. Then we had this thing. So this was the nest inside the train, which I would have guessed the train station would have been the least interesting. I look at this abandoned site with sadness. That it was functioning, it was certainly very beautiful. Amazing discovery brings us close to the truth. Photo lover, thank you so much for the photo. It's true the station used to look amazing, though it may be hard to believe judging by the photographs. Oh, excuse me. Ah, bugger. I didn't manage to hit the mute in time. I'm so sorry. I thought I got it. No, and Spiller, again, that's a huge compliment and thank you. It was just... I am very glad that VOD watchers were very vocal about, like, liking stuff, and it's been very, very helpful, you know? And it made me realise that, I don't know, a VOD that gets watched by 4 people is worth every moment that goes into putting it together. You know? Sorry, I used to run YouTube channels for work and stuff like that, and, you know, there was a few of our... God, there was a few Rally Point episodes that were getting, like, you know, 100k, 200k views. Felt good, you know? And then I switch to doing this, and most of my videos get, you know, between, like, I'd say, like, 10 and 100 views. And YouTube had broken my brain so much to condition me that that was a state of failure. It's like, no! If 10 people sit down and genuinely enjoy watching a VOD while they're, you know, working or cooking or cleaning or what have you, or doing things, then that's fucking amazing! Anyway, that's another conversation. Let's bring it on back to the horror. So, is it Aeon Digital or Eon Digital? Sorry, I'm very dyslexic. But, like, joking aside, like, the idea of the impossible door that takes you from, like, Seattle to New York, like, I think that's where things like Control do such a good job, is they simultaneously acknowledge that, you know, if we lived in a world with those kind of bizarre anomalies, how they would need to be controlled and contained, but also how they could be utilized. Like, that's really fucking cool. I think Control did so much. And, okay, is there anyone here who hasn't played Control and would like me to avoid talking about spoilers before we continue? I'm going to read this forum post, so answer in your own time. But, you know, let me know if you'd like me to avoid Control spoilers. The video game, not the concept. Got the bunker, took these photos. Who let you break into my home, mortal? Probably didn't even knock, says Bless. Bless, I knew you lived in some dumpster hole, but I didn't expect that to be that bad. Each time I see that bunker, it gives me chills. I wonder what tragic events happened there, about which Charlatan wrote. Terrifying. Well, it's interesting that we keep being sent to places that have pentagrams painted on. So if maybe they're the ones spray painting stuff and pointing us there. What if aliens are hiding in that vault? Wait. Late night spooky shit with some friends now. Oh, purely cold-blooded. How are you doing? What-o and welcome. I just realised I usually get to raid you. So to Sandleaf, obviously purely cold-blooded, and Zix. Okay, That was a dyslexic short circuit, but hello. Arrow Griffin putting up an honourable defence there. Seas upon seas of tiny friendos. So, dear Cold-Blooded, how was your stream? What were you up to? Watto and welcome. It's good to see you. It's going good. I had a lot of real people stuff I had to do today. So I did not start this stream until like 3 hours ago, which is very late for me. But I'm doing really good. I've been doing a bunch of like just for YouTube horror videos. But I decided tonight I'd share one of my personal collection as a live video. Okay, Cold-Blooded, did you finish The Mountain King? Oh, and Blen, Watto and welcome. And for those of you that are sticking around, my name's Will. I've worked in video games for 1,000 years and I stream for a living. I will talk your ear off about games industry, horror games, what have you. And before you came on in, I got distracted talking about VODs, but before that, I was talking about who we are in horror games and things like that. So yeah. Oh, okay. Because is Zix okay as a pronunciation there? Again, very dyslexic. But apologies for the butchering. But yeah, Cold-Blooded. Hall of the Mountain King is incredible. And it's a slow burn, right? But the fact that it is named after such an incredible piece of music and then fucking earns it in one of the most spectacular boss battle set pieces I've ever encountered. Just yes. Oh yeah, no, and Akira Zero, I'll ask these lovely people, but let me give you a primer. Okay, so Cold-Blooded. So this is Krypta FM. It is very, very good. Now, I have been saving this one because it's a little bit too long for like a single YouTube video. But the TLDR is you play a young teenage photography enthusiast living in Poland in 2006. And your favorite radio station, Krypta FM, the #1 cryptid radio station in all of Poland, has just opened up. And again, I hope you are sitting down when I tell you this. They have just opened up a bulletin board, a part of a website where people can send each other messages over the internet. I know, it's crazy what they do with technology these days. But yeah, so you end up being part of this cryptid online forum. And you go out at night and take photos of spooky shit, post it, and then get responses. And it's been doing a really good job of being unsettling. But right now, and the thing we started talking about before you came in, was this could just be being young, being scared, and being like out in the way. So far, there haven't been any jump scares, except for Dave, who was at the window for like a second, which was less of a jump scare, more of a, Dave, what are you doing? He's got like a weird face. But predominantly, this has been about... Hey! Agadaniki, that's super cool of you, and thank you. This has been about, like, going out alone at night and facing the impossible. It's been really good. And just to my lot as well, please, 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 if you're not already following Purely Cold-Blooded, please do. I am lucky enough I've been able to raid into them a whole bunch. They are a lovely individual. Their streams are exceptional, and their plethora of pets are lovely. Might have said lovely twice there. So things like, we got up to use the computer, and power went out in the whole village. So we had to go out and like reset the transformer, because apparently that's our job, but whatever. And as we walked out there, there was such an incredible mix of like the cacophony of a forest at night and what seemed to be someone talking on the edge of hearing in our ear. And it reminded me very much of like a scarier version of Hellblade, Senua Sacrifice, where Sometimes the voices are talking to you, sometimes they're talking about you, and sometimes they're ignoring you. Like, was that the kid's imagination? Are there things out there? Like, we posted, and this is one of the other features as well, is you take photos and then you post them on the forum, and then the other forum people respond. So this crappy photo here was of a strange, weird nest inside an abandoned train station. Nothing jumped out, but it was weird and unsettling. But so far, none of the other forum users have commented on the fact that there's a weird fucking nest inside a train station. They're just like, oh, that makes sense. And talking about how it's real sad that the train station is in disrepair and stuff like that. So, like, it's doing real good. Now, the thing I was going to talk about, and I will change the subject if any of you do not want to talk about this, because I completely understand, but I wanted to ask, is there anyone here that hasn't played the game Control and does not want me to spoil it? Because I won't if there are peeps here that don't want me to talk about it. Just, Control is such an important game when talking about, like, I shouldn't really call it post-SCP, but, like, close to. Hunter said, real talk, is it scary to have Mothman jump out of the bushes? Or a skunk? If either. Is it at night? Yes. Yeah, well, so Ozzy, I won't spoil it, but please, 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 not for me, but for you, jump onto it quick as you can. Because if it's not been spoiled for you, like, you're going to have a great time. Now, here's what I will say. When we streamed it, we actually turned damage off. So, we were playing as, we were playing it in a manner where our character couldn't die from taking damage from enemies. And it was fucking incredible. It just turned it into a story game about the impossible, and just chef's kiss. Purely, what scary game are you playing tomorrow? Because I'm not saying that you need recommendations, but if you would like some, I'll go into Will's vault of good stuff. I've got pubs, I've got pools, I've got unsettling platforms. Ooh, okay, so let me know. Okay, what are your choices? Tell me It's so rare that I get to actually chat with you like this, because usually I bundle up the longship into my tiny little boat, paddle over and deposit them with you like a bunch of, toddlers on Skittles on a play date. And then I usually have to rush off and look after the dogs and stuff like that. But oh no, so Real Hunter. I mean, I'd say the full Remedy, except for Max Payne 3, the full Remedy lineup is worth playing. Max Payne 1 and 2 are delicious parodies that are so tongue-in-cheek as to be fucking brilliant. Oh, Aganiki says, purely is in need of a proper scare. I can sort you. Like, we can go into, I don't want to say Will's reserve, but I think it's like, I don't stream a lot of horror games because I stream during the day, and like, a lot of people don't want to have the piss scared out of them while they're at their desk. It's less funny. And Aussie. So you don't need to play them in order. They do interconnect. Quantum Break, Alan Wake, and Control. Alan Wake's fascinating because it earns what it is. If you only ever play the first 2-3 hours of Alan Wake, it's like, wow, I love how I'm playing a shooty gunbang version of Twin Peaks, but with less cool shit. And by the end of it, you're like, no, bravo, bravo. Eon, we will have to come back to that one, because that's up there with the res controller, where you'd have the vibrators on you. I mean, obviously let the muse guide you, but if you ever need recommendations. So Cold-Blooded, this rig can't handle Alan Wake 2, and I have tried so much, so I feel you. Oh, although one thing, and it really does depend on internet speed, that Fearless Sun pointed out, is that you can run Alan Wake 2 via NVIDIA GeForce Go, the streaming service, and if it works together, you can stream that. But that means you need to have really good internet rather than a really super-powered new rig. But like I said, if you'd like some recommendations for horror games, I got you. And hey, like, we can do flavor to taste. We can do mild. We can do fucking spooky. One of the reasons I started doing late-night videos, admittedly for YouTube, was because there were so many horror games I wanted to play that I didn't have stream time to do. Well, okay, so purely, if you want Will's super-duper liminal space picks, so the one that I did, I guess it was a few months ago, that I really loved was Pools. Now, it's probably crossed your feed, right? Because this was the YouTuber's YouTubing game. But I played this earlier in the year, and it was exceptional. Like, it is not... so I try not to use the term... It's not ooga booga booga. You know, a game where nothing, jump scare. However, this one has stayed with me. You know what I mean? Not like Soma, which has also stayed with me, but that's a different kind of spooky. But no, I played through this and it was phenomenal. It's so much more than its YouTube fodder reviews would lead you to believe. So, purely, it's got that liminal space weirdness. Okay. The other thing that got me on my horror kicker this year was... Sorry... we should start a counter of how many times Will mentions House of Leaves in a stream. So I finally finished reading House of Leaves, and I got really, really into liminal spaces. So backrooms, pools, all that kind of stuff. Like, the idea of a space where you never know if it's alive or if it's reacting. You don't know if it's like a weird space-time thing, or if it really is an evil entity possessed of a house that just fucking hates you. And I've been chasing that. I did do myhouse.wad, which isn't... So the thing about myhouse.wad is it takes a bit of faff to set up, because it is a Doom 2 mod. And you may need a trusted advisor around who can tell you, no, keep going. But that was one of the big ones of this year. For those of you who haven't heard of it, because we've had 2 raids by this point, myhouse.wad is what if House of Leaves was a mod for Doom 2? And like, it even comes with a written journal by the mod creator. And the mod creator, by the way, is legit. They made a Doom modding account back in the 2010s, and this was the first mod they ever posted. And so they basically remade their friend's childhood home as a Doom mod. Okay, sorry. Well, to purely cold-blooded, I'm so glad we got to have a little natter. If you genuinely need recommendations, let me know. I can flavor to taste, but otherwise, just thank you for the raid. And again, to my lot, please, if you're not following, purely cold-blooded. Please change that. Now, I don't think the cryptid mysteries are over, but we are about to find out. The dear Cryptid FM listeners and forum users, I am pleased to announce we have solved the mystery of the Beast of Gosdari. If you are not sitting, you better sit down, because I have some incredible news to tell you, but unfortunately, it may be quite sad. I am writing this immediately after confirming the information I received today before 7 a.m. From one of the residents in Gosdari. When she left the house after waking up, she noticed in the corner of her property under the fence a creature that seemed to be injured was sleeping and lying down. Oh, and Aeon, thank you kindly. Lovely to make your acquaintance. I'll talk you off about games industry, horror, or otherwise if you give me the chance. You notice I'm having a very good time with this. Didn't even realise it was fucking half midnight over here. Anyway. The lady who provided me with this information prefers to remain anonymous, but here's what I've learned from her. She doesn't keep any animals. She was surprised when she saw a creature. She carefully approached it, making sure she would not scare the creature, and she would remain safe. When she was close enough to take a look, she realized there was a dog that closely resembles the descripted cryptid, whose mystery appearance in the village we were investigating to get resolved. Of course, after she contacted me, she asked for help for the animal because unfortunately she was unable to provide it herself. And at this moment, my friends, a veterinarian who provided us with an expert opinion on the bitten goat is headed to Godry to check on the dog needs medical help. He will return with him to... I apologise, I can't pronounce that, but where we'll be able to examine the animal. We hope with today's broadcast we'll provide you with more information about the condition of found dog. After he undergoes tests and receives the help he certainly requires, we will try to find him a new home, because it seems like he was abandoned by somebody, and the poor man was looking for a new place to live. No! He found temporary shelter in the railway station? No, I would have preferred monsters! Fiona! It's sad! No! He probably attacked the animals out of hunger because it's obvious that he is emaciated, and certainly the person who decides to adopt him to provide him with an appropriate diet that will restore him to full strength. And we have to under constant supervision from a veterinarian who monitors his health. Unfortunately, my friend who initially examined him will not be able to deal with this issue, so we need to find someone to be able to do this. That's all from me. Hope you found out for the show tonight. I was like, baby! Who would abandon such a little puppy? I'm very happy that this incident is now closed, says the old historian. Poor thing probably went through a lot and had to be desperate to attack those animals. It's good that he's in good hands and receiving help. I think he'd be a great person to take care of Burrick in case you need any tips or vet recommendations. And then Hunter's like, ha! Everyone was so excited about Decrypted. It was just a dog. Alright, well... Oh. Thought we'd be able to sip our coffee there, but... Alright. Nip time!
Bardzo miło jest mi powitać w dzisiejszym nietypowym segmencie
And it's daytime!
Był gitarzystkę zespołu Motyle, który
an ex-guitarist from the band Motley in his career in 1999.
Jednak dziś po wywiadzie z Franciszką
After this interview, I'd like you all, dear listeners, to introduce you to her solo debut after years of hiatus. Why return to the music scene? Why now? After we had to disband under circumstances we couldn't really influence, I still missed making music, which has always made up a huge chunk of my life. For 7 years, I haven't been able to leave those amazing experiences with other artists of Motley in the past. I tried to make music by myself, but I was never really happy with the end results. I always came back to the track I composed a while back before even creating the band.
Miał on otwierać nasz pierwszy album.
It was supposed to open as our first album, but it never made it onto the track list. A few weeks ago, I was again playing it. My husband, convinced at first,
No, na początku nie byłam zbyt przekonana, ale...
but with time I thought, it wasn't that bad of an idea, you know?
Pewnego dnia po prostu to zrobiłam.
And I did it.
Gdy mogłam
And
wreszcie
when I was able to listen to the recording, I felt
że no to jest to coś, nie? Że to jest
like that was
coś,
it,
czego
you know?
szukałam.
Like this was something I was looking for.
Starałam się na siłę odnaleźć siebie
It took
na
me
nowo.
too long to find myself in you, especially as an
Jest to
artist.
bardzo wzruszająca
Oh, it's such a lovely
historia.
story!
Czy
It is,
mają
especially
plany
after the
na
dog.
dalszy rozwój
Do you have any plans for your solo career?
No, nie mam wpływu na to, co przynosi.
Don't really have an influence on what my life brings me, but I can use all my experiences I've gained through my life. I've learned not to define myself again, and that I should accept the past. As I said, friends, I'm trying to read this as best I can, so we try and hit all the plot points. And this is a lovely story about somebody rediscovering their love of music after their career.
Chciałaby pani zapowiedzieć
Would you like to invite the public to give your song a listen?
Dear
Dear listeners of radio, this one, I feel so honoured to introduce you to my new song, Memories, Goodbyes and Comebacks, which you can check out just now, at a time before even MySpace. Huh? Sorry about that.
Oh, no time for daytime horrors. Now we have to deal with children going to school, the sun, and worst of all, Judge Judy Williams.
Mate, would that I could sit once again on that couch and just watch terrible reruns of daytime TV with no concerns. Okay, so here we go. Hunts. I have to admit, the hunting cryptids isn't as bad as I thought. Thanks to Photo Lover for getting me into this. Oh shit! So Hunter and Foot are now homies. No biggie, I can't wait for more outings together. Historical reenactment. Yo, they went. Aha! Thank you so much for teaching me how to use the computer. I was able to meet a new friend online on one of the historical forums, and we were able to go on our first historical reenactment together. I'm very grateful that you showed me everything, that you had the patience to explain things to an old man like me. Here is a picture with me and Stasiek. It was my pleasure to help you understand how to use this forum. If you ever have more questions, you know who to call. It's great to see you in such good shape. You seem happy about the trip. Please greet your friend and the Reconstructionist group. Amazing to see that you're fulfilling your passions. We came here for spoops and now I'm feeling shit. So it's like, thanks to Photo Lover. Admin says, today I had the pleasure to meet the person you might all know as Photo Lover 14. Without their help, we wouldn't be able to solve the cryptid mystery. Once again, thank you so much, and I wish you more happy hunts. And then Hunter was like, I will make sure that Photo Lover's hunt will end up in a great success. Personally, of course. And even the old guy was like, thank you. Thank you. I hope you continue with your passion. And then Burrick. Check out the dog! I'm trying not to shout. It is midnight. Check out the dog! Puppy! Check out the puppy! Fuck! It's everything that was. It's all the purified good bits of old forums. She adopted the dog who'd been abandoned, who was attacking the animals, who was mistaken for a cryptid. He's gained a bunch of weight, he's not just skin and bones anymore, and he's not scared like he used to be. He's doing so well and happy about his new forever home. Working with a vet to make sure he's okay. And we added, good to see Burrick's doing better. Burrick is quite cute for the beast from Gostry. See, Hunter reminds me of a lot of lovely peeps that you meet sometimes online who at first glance you think is another just shit eel. And they turn out to be really lovely people. Alright, let's go check out the town. Fuck, that was a good game! Fuck, that was good! God, pacing, perfect. Construction, perfect. At no point did I think that we were, like, safe or easy or otherwise. Sorry, I'm taking snaps of these people's accounts and stuff so I can follow them after. No, this really is clever. Well, and remember what I was saying about who are we? What is our imagination? What are we afraid of? What happens? God, that was good. You look at the papers! Look at those papers! Fuck, that was good. Oh, you can't spook me now. I know what's up. I know what's up. I'm so glad I got to share that with you all. And the only achievements we missed, friends, was drawing in-game and setting it as our wallpaper and finding the hidden teddy bear. Oh, I should have checked under the sink. Well, that was my failing right there. That was my failing. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a game that I'm going to recommend to people. And I think that Purely Cold-Blooded actually left before. Because here's the thing. That walk in the dark with the voices whispering was fucking horrifying. And it left me in absolute knots. And then we restored it. And we walked back. Like, God, it was so clever. Like, it's a great reminder that horror doesn't have to end with the monster is defeated or the monster has eaten you, right? As somebody who, you know, in their youth was very afraid of the dark, your mind conjures such horrors from nothing. But again, all the things that we saw were quasi-explainable, except for the glowing tree. That was weird. But then it makes you stop and think, well, was there a reason for it? But what if that was the real cryptid weirdness? No, that can't have been. The cryptid it turned out to be a puppy. But what if it wasn't? The face that you see at the window for a split second, did we see it? Or was it something else? God, that was good. Now, to those of you who will be watching this just purely in YouTube format, this is the point to post your thoughts, post your feels. Like, I'd love to hear what you lot thought. Usually I would have probably asked the VOD watchers, the YouTubian squad, a lot more questions as we were going, but I had you lot to talk to. And I have to admit as well, if I had played that in the dark by myself, I definitely would have freaked out a lot more when I had to make the long walk. And the noises was just a poor, malnourished dog hiding in an old, busted, train station. I can remember words. Like, poor little guy. So of course he was aggressive. You know? Desperately trying to, I don't know, utilize what little natural instincts that he has. And then the dog had a happy ending. The dog was okay. Yeah, I mean, Hunter. And then just combining that whole concept with telling us that it's a game about hunting cryptids, like... So, okay, this is one of the things that I really love, because it's hard to do surprise horror in video games. It's hard to say, you know, in this horror game that there might be a spooky ghost. Because you're like, yeah, I fucking know. It's in the horror section. You know, you don't get to do as much, like, narrative surprise elements like that. But flipping the script and telling us to our face, this is a game about hunting cryptids in the 2000s. I'm like, alright, okay. You're on a forum, you go out at night, you take photos of cryptids. Like, fuck, that's really clever. You're just a person. But you're a person that found community online. You made real friends with people you met in a forum. And because you helped solve the mystery of the cryptid, you know, a puppy found his forever home. I am very proud I have not cried. It was like, that I was so wound up with tension from fear that when we were like, look at it. I did actually, I brought up my DMs to make sure I didn't have a message being from Fiona that said, you fucking woke me and I will end you. Yeah, Hunter, that is a great thing. Sorry, Hunter was saying it's a great demonstration of priming the imagination. If you're told you're a ghost hunter, you look for ghosts. And if everything that you're given in the environment says, go hunt that ghost, you're primed for that. You know? Now, it wasn't that this game wasn't scary. God, the tension was there. And especially when we had to go and find the site of power, and we're just going through this dark fucking forest, and I'm like, nope. The way in which it made the road to the Transformer so much longer in the dark than in the light, inspired. Had me fucking on edge, right? Because, like, what is horror if not tension and release, right? Every basic bitch that gets into horror movies can tell you that, you know, The Ring is an entire movie that builds tension for over an hour for one moment. Like, anyone can tell you that. Well, Akira, the Dan to Dan anime is going to be fucking brilliant. But hopefully, not as scary as that. But it's also how it used the language of video games, especially things like Fatal Frame and Doom 3, to set the setup. Like, I don't know if you all noticed, but the camera had flash. But to see where we had to shoot, we have to use our flashlight. But to use the camera, we have to put the flashlight away and take a photo, because it's 2006. We don't have every device in one in our pocket. Like, that was inspired because it creates a situation that anyone who is games literate will be like, ah, fuck. This is how they fuck me, right? Sorry, it's late, I've been drinking. Welcome to Long Trip After Dark. But if you walk into a room in any video game that has a combat system and you are inundated with health, munitions, and a save point, your brain goes, ah, fuck. Fuck. If you are given a situation where you have to choose between illumination and photography or illumination and combat, you know you're going to have a shitey boss fight at some point, but you're also going to have a situation where combat is thrown at you, where you have to sprint. God, I just... I'm in awe of how well that was put together. I really am. I really am. I'm trying to capture all the subtleties. Sorry, I'm trying to absorb what we've gone through so far, and just trying to ponder if there's any other really great bits of this that I want to see come forth. Look, as a delightful ending to a video game goes, a scroll through a 2000s forum that results, and the result is, and the dog is okay. Chef's kiss. But there's still, like, we heard voices in our ears. Was that in our noggin? Was there more? You know, a lot of the satanic stuff that we saw around kind of felt like, you know, edgy teens. Carving a pentagram into a tree, spray painting a Baphomet on a, you know, in a bunker that no one goes to. Like, ooh. It kind of reminded me a little bit of... Oh my god. Apparently I'm just brain dead at this hour. Not super... What was it called? No, it's gone. Never mind. What I was trying to remember was the name of the game where we were a site inspector. And it was like a horror game with no horror. Only edgy teens would bring their lawn chair to a center. No, it's stolen from somebody else's garden. And the bucket was for cigarettes and blunts. Fuck, that was good. Look, friends, not every horror game can be something special. Sometimes you roll the dice in a game and it's mid, it's meh. But this was just so good. And the more I'm looking at the assets, the fact that the key art for it is like you in the woods and Krypta FM, and how like there's all these things painted of like, oh, what spooky shit lurks in the woods. Oh, and more to discover. Just fucking brilliant. Infra, thank you, Akira Zero. God, I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while. Also, the perfect timing on when like the power in the radio goes out at the solving the solution that feels so intentional as to be malevolent. Fucking love it. A real hunter, I think you could do that really well. Because, okay, quick show of hands, how many of you have been in like a shopping mall warehouse or actually been in back rooms? Because I think I started to tell the story when all of the cold-blooded crew came in. And that basically I got to go to this event that was an airsofting event inside a decommissioned mall. And what is fascinating about those is that when you take the doors off, it is a labyrinthian maze. Not because it's a liminal space, but because it feels like one. And if you've ever been to a warehouse in those like large shopping centres, they're impossibly big. Like they're nonsensically massive, which would feel like the weirdest liminal space. And Hunter, you could do that. Okay. So friendos, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I could talk about this stuff for the wee hours, but I think I should bring it to a close because I do need to get the wee babies out early on in the morning. Because I'm going to be on dog detail tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Now, what this means is there's going to be a lot more breaks over the next 3 coming streams, but there's also going to be a fishing contest. And what that means is, anytime I have to take the dogs out, I will be running a fishing minigame, and whoever catches the biggest fish gets to create the next fish. We'll be doing it on a day-by-day basis, so, you know, stick around, but you will get to make some fish. Assuming you win. You know, you've got to be good enough at fishing. Okay, so I'm going to roll credits in just a second. The other thing I did want to say is that if this is your first time here, like, this is what I do to pay the bills. If you've enjoyed this nonsense and want to chuck some bits this way, be hella appreciative, but please do not feel that you have to. As I said, we're currently scheming a big old raise funds for Will to stay alive event in the next couple weeks. Salen just suggested having a video game tournament to decide who gets to be a shark and eat Will, which could be very funny. Oh, and Cold Ankles. There's so many places you could do great liminal space horror. One of the mistakes that we do see with a lot of these is sometimes people go for the immediate emulation. And that's a lot of what I saw happen with Exit 8 in the back rooms. A lot of the immediate clones aren't good. And we saw something happen with the SCP game, the multiplayer one. It still has the blink mechanic, but you're basically like a nobody in a facility and the power's out. So you have to avoid getting fucking murdered by the not weeping angel.
Chug, chug, chug.
Shitaru, thank you. I wasn't fishing, and I hope you know that. I just wanted to let people know. You know. Yeah, the Weeping Angel game. But there was also like a multiplayer shooter sequel to that SCP game that was pretty good. But a lot of the other ones based in the same space, they just tried to emulate it with very little articulation. Now, the one I'm really excited for is SCP-5000, which is still in its early stages. Oh, sorry, SCP-5K, but it's based on one of the coolest fucked up stories from the SCP, and it's a tactical squad shooter where it's you and homies against some shooty gun bangsman, but all of the horrors that were locked up unleashed. And SCP Science Theatre 5000. Well, Krill, it's gonna be a good while before it's good enough for us to stream, but when it hits that point, that's the official title. Which means I'll have to blep Chorby to come join me. Well, and Shitaru, thank you. Catastrophe. Wait, there's been 4,999 Scott games? Man, I'm gonna catch up. Yeah. And let me tell you, Catastros, I don't want to start a fucking fight, but hands down, the best in the series is 3,251 Scott. Like, absolutely brilliant. I know loads of people like the sequel to that more, and like, it's fine for them to be wrong, but that's where it's at. The Final Fantasy VIII, if you will. Oh no, so Krill, when it comes to spooky shit, I got a rule. Everyone fights, nobody quits. But no, I actually got to meet the SCP-5K team at GDC, and they were real cool. I hope they get the budget and funds for everything they want to do for this. Because if they do, oh, it's going to be good. Kind of everything that I was hoping for from Interstellar Marines, but with spookier shit. Anyway, sorry friends. I could talk all of your ears off for the wee hours. I don't know what tomorrow is going to look like stream-wise. Obviously, we're drowning in good games, so it might be Keylocker, could be UFO 50, or any number of a plethora of brilliant games. So, I don't know. If you're not on the Discord, please get on there, because you'll get the alerts about what's going down. No, Catastrophe, I liked it. I like that the S in SCP stands for Scott. Scott Playable Games. Sorry, the SC stands for Scott. That amused me greatly. Virals, you are the only person that I am legally allowed to oblige that joke to. Okay, let me roll credits. Now, friends, please do stick around. There's got to be another homie streaming this late. There's got to be. There is. And if they're still awake... They're playing Thank Goodness You're Here. Oh, what a lovely, crazy random happenstance. Alright, so please stick around because we'll be shifting gears from horror to comedy, which if you understand the mediums, very similar. Just comedy's much harder to make as a game than horror, let me tell you. But... So... Barry Bits Buttery Nubs. Get the fine china. Having the big pies tonight. But no, seriously. Thank you for coming in for this random night. This was unplanned, and I'm glad I got to do this with you all. To Archer of the Eye, Barbarian Bean, the Dice Goddess, Slifter, that's Ket. Marketeer Fred and Purely Cold-Blooded, whether you were gifted a sub or celebrating the full spree, thank you. To Akira Zero, Eraman, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Avenger, and Shitaru, thank you for bits. Like, that donations keep me the fuck alive, so I'm very grateful. Your moderators this evening was not just Lizzie T. Powell, but also Rhymes and Moves and Caffeine. And to, cause I'm Dan Jones, Purely Cold-Blooded and Nifty Chris. What a fucking triforce of excellent raids. I will have to thank them all most profusely after. It's really fucking cool of them all. Of all the streams you all got to come into, it was this one, like, what a fucking good dice roll. So, I'm going to pass you over to Caramel. They are a Seattle streamer. They predominantly play you know, like the shooters and competitive titles, but as they're also heading off to TwitchCon tomorrow, they are playing Thank Goodness You're Here. And if you want to see a Seattleite confused by Britishisms, we're on for a treat here. They're a lovely individual. And they've just found the purple burglar alarm. Krill, don't mix it up. Like, usually I've been doing these as YouTube videos, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just have to experiment with short, spooky streams in the night. Who knows? Mix and match. But anyway, just thank you for coming with me on this one. I had a feeling this game was going to be that good, but God, it's just... You cannot know how good it feels to roll the dice on something and have it be better than expected. Fucking good night. And Catastros, I mean, it's going to be for a few hours and then get the dags out and then go from there. But it's going to be good. It's going to be good. The sleeping part, I'm very much looking forward to it. Sorry, I realised that was very asinine to say. Alright, well this point is just for the VOD watchers, so to all of you, have a great rest of your forever. Good night.